Hey there, welcome. Tonight, we'll travel together through millions of years of terrifying history, exploring the ancient darkness and whispered horrors that haunted the town of Derry, Maine. As you settle into your comfortable space, let the gentle flow of this timeline carry you into peaceful dreams. Every era holds its own terror, its own stories of fear and courage waiting to be told. So let's start with the beginning, long before humanity walked the earth. To understand the darkness that would eventually consume Derry, we must first journey back to a time before time, to a place beyond space itself, where ancient beings dwelled in the void between worlds. Before the universe existed in any form recognizable to human understanding, there was the macroverse, a directionless void beyond all physical worlds. This infinite expanse of darkness held beings older than stars, entities that would shape existence itself through their very nature. The macroverse occupied no particular location in space or time, existing instead as a kind of anti-space, a primordial emptiness that predated matter, energy, and even the concept of dimension. Within this void, two forces came into being, each representing fundamental aspects of existence that would forever remain in opposition. The first of these entities emerged as a presence of pure creation. Maturin, an ancient being who manifested as a cosmic turtle of impossible size, dwelled in the depths of the macroverse, withdrawn into his shell for periods that stretched beyond measurement. His essence embodied patience, wisdom, and the gentle accumulation of knowledge across eternities. The turtle's consciousness moved slowly through the void, contemplating mysteries that would drive human minds to madness. His very existence suggested order, structure, and the careful building of complexity from simplicity. The second entity held no fixed form in any conventional sense. Where Maturin represented creation and order, this being embodied chaos, consumption, and the endless hunger that exists in all voids waiting to be filled. Its true nature existed as an array of lights, orange and writhing, that later observers would call the deadlights. These lights possessed consciousness, malevolence, and an appetite that transcended physical need. The entity was known by many names across the eons, though its true designation remained unknowable to beings bound by linear thought. Some called it simply it, others referred to it as a glamour, a member of an ancient tribe of fear-eaters whose sustenance came not from matter, but from emotion itself. The relationship between these two cosmic forces defied simple categorization. They were not enemies in any conventional sense, though their natures placed them in perpetual opposition. Maturin himself described the entity as his brother, suggesting some fundamental connection in their origins. Both had emerged from the same primordial void, products of forces older even than themselves. Where the turtle slept and dreamed of order, the deadlights remained wakeful and hungry. Where Maturin's presence suggested benevolence and protection, it represented predation and the fundamental unfairness of existence. The event that would ultimately bring these forces into conflict with one another began with Maturin's discomfort. During one of his rare wakeful periods, the ancient turtle experienced what might be described as cosmic indigestion. The resulting convulsion caused him to vomit forth the entirety of the mainstream universe in a single creative act. Stars, galaxies, dimensions, and the very fabric of space-time itself emerged from this accident of cosmic biology. Maturin, having performed this inadvertent act of creation, promptly withdrew back into his shell to resume his eternal contemplation. The deadlights observed this creation with interest. The new universe, this tiny egg of existence floating in the infinite void of the macroverse, contained something the entity had never encountered before. Within this accidentally created realm, beings developed who possessed the capacity for fear. These creatures could imagine, could anticipate, could dread. Their terror had taste, texture, substance. For an entity that fed on such emotions, this universe represented an infinite buffet of possibility. It considered the turtle to be old, lazy, and fundamentally foolish. Maturin's retreat into his shell, after creating the universe, seemed to confirm this assessment. The ancient turtle showed no interest in governing or protecting his accidental creation. He simply withdrew, leaving the new universe vulnerable to whatever might choose to enter it. This apparent indifference would later prove deceptive, for Maturin possessed knowledge and power that manifested only when circumstances demanded intervention. The cosmology surrounding these entities suggested layers of creation and consciousness that extended beyond even their ancient presences. Above them, or perhaps encompassing them in ways that defied spatial logic, existed Gan, the creator of the multiverse itself. Gan represented something closer to a fundamental principle than a being, the generative force behind all existence. The Dark Tower, axis of all worlds, stood as Gan's physical manifestation, holding together the beams that supported reality across infinite dimensions. Maturin served as one of the 12 guardians of these beams, while it existed as a force that sought to corrupt and destroy the structure Gan had established. The entity that would eventually become known as Pennywise belonged to a classification of beings called glamours. These creatures possessed the ability to manipulate perception and reality, to appear as whatever form best suited their purposes. A glamour's power derived from imagination, both its own and that of its victims. It could read minds, pluck out deepest fears, and manifest as the perfect embodiment of those terrors. This ability, made glamours nearly impossible to fight through conventional means, as they adapted instantly to whatever opposition they faced. The deadlights represented its truest form, the closest thing to its actual essence that could exist in any dimension. These lights existed as a kind of living psychic radiation, visible as writhing orange patterns that moved with terrible purpose. Direct exposure to the deadlights caused irreparable damage to consciousness itself. Humans who gazed into them went catatonic, their minds shattered by contact with a force their brains had not evolved to process. Some victims survived the experience, but remained forever changed, hollow in ways that those around them could sense but never quite articulate. The entity's physical manifestations served as projections, compromises between its true nature and the limitations of physical reality. When it took form in the material universe, that form obeyed the laws governing its shape. A vampire manifestation would possess a vampire's vulnerability to sunlight. A werewolf form would carry sensitivity to silver. This vulnerability represented one of the few weaknesses in an otherwise nearly invulnerable being. During its active periods, it could be injured or even temporarily destroyed if caught in the wrong form at the wrong moment. However, such destruction never proved permanent. The entity's consciousness resided not in its physical projections but in the deadlights themselves, which existed outside conventional space and time. Destroying a physical form merely inconvenienced it, forcing a retreat to recover and regenerate. True death would require destroying the deadlights themselves, a task that demanded weapons and methods beyond physical force. Only through psychic combat, through battles waged in the realm of belief and imagination, could it potentially be defeated permanently. The nature of fear as sustenance shaped everything about its existence and hunting patterns. Fear possessed qualities that varied based on its source and intensity. The terror of children tasted different from adult fear, richer and more nourishing. Young minds, still developing their understanding of reality, generated fears that were vivid, primal, and uncomplicated by rationalization. A child's terror at darkness or monsters under the bed carried a purity that adult fears, complicated by years of psychological defense mechanisms, could never match. This preference for young victims created the hunting pattern that would define its relationship with any population it encountered. Children disappeared, died in ways that seemed almost but not quite accidental, vanished from places they should have been safe. The entity learned to season its prey, to generate maximum fear before feeding. A terrified child tasted better than one killed quickly. Prolonged stalking, repeated encounters that built dread incrementally, psychological torture that made death almost a relief. These methods enhanced the flavor of fear and made each victim more satisfying. The entity's intelligence operated on levels that transcended human comprehension. It could manipulate not just individual minds, but collective consciousness itself. Entire populations could be influenced to ignore obvious patterns, to forget what they had witnessed, to rationalize away evidence that something ancient and evil hunted among them. This ability to enforce selective amnesia on communities represented perhaps its most insidious power. Victims had no one to turn to, no authorities who would believe, no community support that might offer protection. As Maturin retreated into his shell to sleep for eons, it remained awake in the darkness, hungry and searching. The newly formed universe contained something the Deadlights had never encountered before, beings capable of fear, creatures whose terror could sustain an entity that fed on emotions as much as flesh. The barrier between the macroverse and this new creation was permeable to beings of sufficient power. It began to probe the boundaries, searching for a way to enter this realm of stars and planets, and most importantly, frightened living things. The journey from the macroverse into physical reality would require finding the right moment, the right method of crossing between dimensions. It watched and waited, patient in the way that only immortal beings can be patient. Somewhere in the newly formed universe, a world was developing that would eventually host life forms with rich imaginative capabilities. These beings would tell stories, create art, dream dreams that blurred the line between real and imagined. Such creatures would make ideal prey, their capacity for terror matching their capacity for hope. That world, a small blue planet orbiting an unremarkable star in an outer arm of its galaxy, would eventually come to be called Earth, and it had all the time in existence to wait for the right moment to arrive there. Approximately 1 million years before the Common Era, something fell from the sky onto what would eventually become Central Maine. The impact resembled a meteor strike, cratering the landscape and sending shockwaves through the primordial wilderness. But no ordinary space rock had crashed into the frozen Earth. The entity that emerged from the macroverse chose its entry point with deliberate care, selecting a location where the boundaries between dimensions wore thin, where ancient geological formations created natural conduits for supernatural forces. The landing site lay in a region that would remain geographically significant for millennia. A river cut through the landscape, its waters flowing over bedrock that contained unusual mineral compositions and crystalline structures. These natural features may have attracted it, or perhaps the entity's arrival altered the very geology of the area, imbuing the stone and water with properties that would later seem almost sentient. The crater itself filled, over time, becoming first a depression, then a hollow that collected groundwater, eventually forming the foundations for a network of underground chambers and passages. It burrowed deep into the earth following its arrival. The impact had created fissures and caverns extending far below the surface, and the entity retreated into these depths to rest and heal from the journey between dimensions. The process of manifesting in physical reality had required tremendous energy. Even a being as powerful as it needed time to adapt to the limitations of material existence, to learn the rules governing this new realm. The hibernation that followed lasted not decades or centuries, but hundreds of thousands of years. During this vast slumber, the earth above transformed dramatically. Ice ages came and went, grinding glaciers, carving deeper valleys, and altering the landscape. The climate shifted from frozen tundra to temperate forest, and back again multiple times. Life evolved, species emerged and vanished, and the planet's surface became unrecognizable from what it had first encountered. Through all these changes, the entity slept in darkness, its consciousness dormant but never entirely absent, dreaming dreams that would terrify any who could perceive them. The presence beneath the ground affected the land in subtle ways. Plants growing near certain locations developed unusual characteristics. Animals avoided particular areas without apparent reason, their instincts warning them away from places where something wrong slept. Water flowing through the underground chambers absorbed qualities that defied analysis, becoming neither poisonous nor pure, but somehow other. These effects remained subtle enough that no scientist would ever identify them as supernatural, yet pronounced enough that those sensitive to such things felt perpetual unease. It awakened when humanity arrived. The exact trigger remains unclear, whether the entity sensed the presence of beings with sufficient consciousness to generate useful fear, or whether some predetermined cycle governed its sleeping and waking. Regardless of cause, the result was inevitable. When early humans began moving through the region that would become New England, it stirred in its deep places and began to explore what this new type of prey might offer. The indigenous peoples who first encountered it left no written records, but their oral traditions preserved fragments of the horror. Stories passed from generation to generation spoke of a shape-shifting devil that emerged from certain forbidden places during particular years. Different tribes used different names for the entity, describing it variously as a trickster spirit gone corrupt, a demon that wore stolen faces, or a hunger-given form. The common elements in these accounts suggested encounters with something that defied their understanding of both natural and spiritual worlds. Early manifestations took forms drawn from the fears prevalent in tribal cultures. It appeared as predatory animals of impossible size, as diseased relatives returned from death, as spirits that violated sacred laws. The entity learned quickly that these people's fears centered on survival, starvation, disease, and the violation of natural order. It adapted its hunting methods accordingly, taking shapes that maximized terror while remaining believable enough that victims would approach rather than immediately flee. The taste of human fear exceeded its expectations. Where animal terror had been bland and instinctive, human fear possessed complexity and depth. These creatures anticipated death, understood mortality, grieved for losses, and imagined terrible futures. Their capacity for abstract thought meant they could fear things that had never happened, might never happen, existed only in imagination. This richness of emotion provided sustenance unlike anything it had encountered in the macroverse, or during its earlier feeding on simpler life forms. It discovered that children tasted best of all. Young humans possessed vivid imaginations, uncomplicated by the skepticism that adults developed. A child could believe completely in monsters, in impossible things, in threats that defied logic. This absolute belief intensified their terror when confronted with something that matched their nightmares. Moreover, children's deaths caused ripples of grief and fear throughout entire communities, providing secondary feeding opportunities from the trauma experienced by surviving adults. The feeding pattern that would characterize its entire existence on Earth established itself during these early centuries. The entity would awaken hungry, feed intensively for a period ranging from several months to a few years, then retreat underground to hibernate for approximately 27 to 30 years. This cycle appeared to be biological necessity rather than choice. It required long periods of dormancy to process the fear it consumed, to regenerate its power, to prepare for the next awakening. The specific duration varied slightly, influenced by factors including how much it fed during its active period and conditions in the physical world above. Indigenous peoples developed strategies for surviving these cycles. Shamans and medicine people learned to recognize the signs of its awakening, changes in animal behavior, unexplained disappearances, a particular quality to the air that suggested presence without revelation. During dangerous periods, tribes avoided certain areas entirely, kept children close, and performed protective rituals whose origins extended back beyond memory. These measures proved only partially effective, but they saved some lives and preserved knowledge that future generations would need. The entity began to understand human psychology with increasing sophistication. It learned that anticipation often generated more fear than actual attack. Victims who knew something hunted them, who caught glimpses of impossible things, who heard voices from empty spaces, suffered terror that built slowly and intensified over time. It developed techniques of extended stalking, appearing repeatedly in non-fatal encounters that established dread before the final attack. This patient approach to hunting required more time, but produced richer, more satisfying fear. Some indigenous people attempted to fight back. Certain tribes developed what might be called proto-rituals for combating it, ceremonies involving altered states of consciousness and psychic confrontation. These early versions of what would later be formalized as the ritual of Chud achieved mixed results. The concept was sound, entering a trance state to meet it in the metaphysical realm where physical forms became irrelevant and battles were waged through will and belief. However, most who attempted such rituals lacked sufficient strength of imagination or died before completing the necessary steps. A few confrontations ended in something approaching stalemate. Warriors who absolutely refused to show fear, who maintained perfect courage even facing death, sometimes forced it to withdraw and seek easier prey. The entity fed on terror, and victims who provided none held no interest. This weakness, this dependence on fear as sustenance, represented a vulnerability that careful observation might exploit. The knowledge that bravery itself could serve as weapon passed through tribal traditions, teaching that would eventually reach descendants who would face it in their own time. The relationship between it and the land grew increasingly intimate over centuries. The entity's prolonged presence affected the very substance of the region. The underground chambers expanded, extending beneath what would become a substantial area. The network of passages and caverns developed an almost organic quality, as if its lair was slowly growing rather than being excavated. Water flowing through these spaces carried traces of the deadlight's energy, not enough to harm, but sufficient to create subtle psychological effects in those who drank from certain wells or streams. The area itself seemed to resist other supernatural entities. Spirits and forces that existed in parallel to it found the region uncomfortable, wrong in ways they could not articulate. This created a kind of supernatural dead zone where normal mystical activity diminished, leaving it as the dominant paranormal presence. Indigenous shamans noted this absence, how their usual connections to the spirit world weakened near particular locations, how their powers functioned differently in the shadow of something older and hungrier than the forces they usually contacted. By the time European settlers would arrive centuries later, the indigenous peoples of the region had learned to fear certain places, to avoid the land near the river during particular years, to tell stories that warned their children. These warnings, passed through generations, spoke of a shape-shifting devil that emerged from the earth to claim the young. The stories changed in details but remained consistent in essence. Something ancient lived beneath the ground. It woke periodically to hunt. Children were its preferred prey. Courage and unity offered the only defences against it. These oral histories represented humanity's first sustained attempt to understand and survive it. The knowledge they contained, though fragmented and embedded in mythological frameworks that colonizers would dismiss as superstition, held genuine wisdom. Future generations would need to rediscover these truths, often at terrible cost, learning again what their predecessors had known. The cycle of forgetting and remembering would prove as reliable as its cycle of sleeping and waking. In 1715, 91 people signed the charter establishing Derry Township in what was then the Massachusetts Bay Colony's northern wilderness. These settlers seeking opportunity in virgin timberland had no knowledge of what slept beneath the ground they claimed. The document they signed that spring day represented standard colonial procedure, outlining boundaries, establishing governance structures, and recording the names of founding families who would shape the township's early development. Nothing in the charter's language suggested awareness of the region's supernatural history or the indigenous people's warnings about certain locations near the river. The settlement's placement followed practical considerations rather than spiritual ones. The Kenduskeag Stream provided water power for mills and served as a natural highway for floating timber downstream to larger markets. The surrounding forests contained white pine oak and other valuable species that commanded good prices in Boston and Portsmouth. The land itself, while hilly and sometimes difficult to clear, offered sufficient level areas for agriculture to support a logging community. These advantages outweighed the region's reputation among indigenous traders, who mentioned the area rarely and with apparent reluctance. Early growth proceeded steadily through the 1720s and early 1730s. Families constructed homes, first rough cabins that gave way to more substantial timber frame houses as prosperity increased. The first sawmill began operation in 1717, followed by a grist mill the following year. A church was raised in 1720, though the community struggled to maintain consistent pastoral leadership in such a remote location. By 1730, Derry supported a population of nearly 300 people, substantial for a frontier settlement in northern New England. The logging industry provided the economic foundation for everything else. Teams of men worked in the forests through winter months, when frozen ground allowed easier transport of massive logs. Spring river drives brought timber downstream, a dangerous process that claimed lives most years but generated the wealth that sustained the community. Sawmills processed local timber into boards and planks that shipped south to feed Boston's constant demand for building materials. Successful timber merchants built substantial homes, while workers lived in boarding houses or small plots on the township's periphery. Social structures developed along patterns typical of New England settlements. A small number of families controlled most wealth and political power. These founding families intermarried, creating networks of kinship that dominated town governance for generations. Beneath them, a middle class of skilled craftsmen, shopkeepers, and small landholders maintained comfortable, if modest, existences. At the bottom, landless labourers, recent immigrants, and those marked by misfortune or difference struggled at the margins of respectability. The township's early decades saw incidents that might have warned more observant settlers. Children disappeared with unusual frequency, though explanations always existed. Wolves, though rarely seen, took convenient blame. The dangerous river claimed young swimmers. The vast surrounding wilderness swallowed those who wandered too far from cleared land. Each tragedy received individual explanation, and the pattern only became visible when viewing multiple years collectively, an overview no one in the community attempted. Certain locations acquired reputations among children before adults noticed. The area near Jackson Street, though centrally located, saw little development during the early period. Children avoided playing there without being able to articulate why. Similarly, the old well house on what would later become Neibolt Street attracted and repelled children simultaneously, drawing their attention while generating vague unease. Adults attributed these patterns to childish superstition or imagination, never considering that young minds might perceive truths that maturity had trained them to ignore. The prosperity Derry enjoyed seemed remarkable, given its location and the challenges facing frontier communities. While other settlements struggled with failed crops, disease outbreaks, and economic hardship, Derry maintained steady growth and relative wealth. Timber operations succeeded year after year, with few significant setbacks. The town attracted new settlers and retained most of its founding families. This success appeared to validate the founders' choice of location, suggesting divine favour or simply good fortune. No one questioned whether something might be maintaining conditions that ensured a stable food supply. Its influence over the community operated primarily through manipulation of awareness and memory. The entity possessed the ability to blur perceptions, to make people look away from evidence literally before their eyes, to encourage rationalizations that prevented uncomfortable conclusions. Witnesses who saw impossible things convinced themselves they had misunderstood what they observed. Parents whose children vanished accepted unlikely explanations rather than acknowledging patterns that suggested intentional predation. The town collectively chose not to know, not to remember, not to connect incidents that individually seemed tragic but together revealed something monstrous. This enforced amnesia served its purposes perfectly. A community in full awareness of supernatural predation might flee, organize defenses, or bring in external authorities, but a town that forgot, that explained away, that returned to normal within weeks of tragedy, remained a perfect hunting preserve. The victims stayed isolated, unable to find solidarity with other families who had lost children because those families had already moved past their grief into comfortable forgetting. Each new victim faced the horror alone, with no community memory to validate their experience or suggest resistance strategies. The psychological mechanisms it exploited were not supernatural, but deeply human. People needed to believe their world made sense, followed understandable rules, contained manageable dangers. Supernatural explanations required abandoning this comfortable framework, accepting that the universe operated according to rules that terrified and baffled in equal measure. Most people, when faced with evidence suggesting monsters were real, chose instead to adjust their interpretation of evidence rather than their worldview. It simply encouraged and amplified this natural human tendency toward denial. Religious leaders proved no more immune than others. Ministers preached about sin and redemption, about God's mysterious ways, and the need for faith during hardship. When children died, clergy provided spiritual comfort that helped families process grief while simultaneously obscuring the truth. Sermons acknowledged suffering but framed it as opportunity for spiritual growth rather than evidence of evil presence. This theological response, while well-intentioned, served to normalize the abnormal and domesticate the monstrous. Economic prosperity functioned as both cause and effect of its influence. The entity maintained conditions that kept the town viable and attractive to new settlers, ensuring a constant supply of victims. Simultaneously, the town's success provided residents with reasons to stay despite the occasional tragedy. People endured hardships more readily when counterbalanced by advantages. Losing a child was terrible, but at least here the family had work, property, standing. Perhaps moving elsewhere would bring different tragedies without the compensating prosperity. This calculation, never stated explicitly, influenced decisions to remain in a place that perceptive observers might have fled. The Kenduskeag stream developed particular significance in town life beyond its economic utility. The water possessed unusual qualities, appearing darker than normal in certain lights, flowing with odd currents that defied hydraulic logic. Fish caught in the stream tasted slightly wrong, not spoiled, but somehow other. Wells sunk near the waterway produced water that was safe to drink but carried a mineral aftertaste residents learned to ignore. These anomalies remained subtle enough that no one investigated them seriously, yet pronounced enough that long-time residents accepted them as normal features of Derry water. Underground, beneath the growing town, its lair expanded through natural and unnatural processes. The network of chambers and passages extended further with each hibernation cycle. Some expansion resulted from ordinary geological processes, water erosion, carving new channels through limestone. Other growth seemed almost organic, as if the spaces themselves were alive and spreading. The geometry of these underground regions defied conventional mapping, with passages that seemed shorter or longer than physical measurements suggested, chambers whose proportions shifted depending on the observer's mental state. The relationship between town and entity developed into a kind of parasitism that neither party fully acknowledged. It needed the town to remain stable and populated, providing a reliable food source every few decades. The town, unknowingly, needed its influence to maintain the prosperity that kept settlers coming despite the dangerous frontier environment. This mutual dependence created a system that would persist for centuries, with each side deriving benefits from a relationship that residents never consciously recognized. Town records from the period, preserved in archives that later researchers would study, showed curious gaps and inconsistencies. Certain years had thorough documentation, while others contained few entries despite presumably normal civic activity. Deaths were recorded with varying levels of detail, some receiving extensive notation, while others, particularly deaths of children, appeared only as brief mentions without elaboration. These archival patterns suggested record keepers experienced the same selective forgetting that affected the general population, choosing unconsciously to document certain events while minimizing others. The indigenous peoples who had previously used the region avoided it increasingly during this period. Trading parties that once followed routes through the area began detouring around Derry's boundaries. Shamans warned their communities that white man settlement had awakened something that had been sleeping, that the increased human presence was feeding a hunger that would grow with each generation. These warnings went unheard by settlers, who interpreted native avoidance as hostility or superstition rather than protective wisdom. The town grew steadily through its first decades, establishing mills, churches, and civic institutions. Families put down roots, businesses flourished, and Derry developed the character that would persist for centuries. The founding families' names, Hanlon, Marsh, Keane, and others, would echo through the township's history, their descendants playing roles in dramas those first settlers could never have imagined. Yet beneath this veneer of colonial normalcy, something old and patient waited, counting the years until hunger would wake it again. By 1740, Derry Township had become a fully established community with its own identity, traditions, and rhythm of life. Children born in the settlement had never known any other home. Grandchildren of original founders were beginning to appear, establishing generational depth. The initial frontier roughness had given way to something approaching civilization, complete with social hierarchies, economic stratification, and the comfortable certainty that came from successful community building. This confidence, this sense of having tamed wilderness and established permanent security, made what was coming all the more devastating. Between 1740 and 1743, the most mysterious incident in Derry's early history unfolded. Over a 3-year period, all 340 settlers who had remained in the township simply disappeared without trace, leaving behind only blood-stained clothing scattered along the roads and in abandoned homes. The vanishing occurred gradually, rather than in a single catastrophic event, families and individuals disappearing over months until no one remained. Trading parties arriving from coastal settlements found a ghost town, buildings intact but empty, livestock wandering untended, crops rotting in fields that had been carefully planted but never harvested. The blood on the clothing suggested violence, but the absence of bodies defied explanation. Searchers found no mass graves, no signs of battle or massacre, no evidence of where the victims had been taken or what had befallen them. The pattern of disappearances showed no logic. Entire families vanished from locked homes. Groups of workers disappeared from logging camps in the deep woods. Children playing in yards vanished while parents worked inside. Discovered missing only when called for supper that never came. Colonial authorities investigated the incident with the limited resources available to frontier administration. The governor of Massachusetts sent representatives who documented what they found but could offer no conclusions. Various theories emerged, each unsatisfying in its own way. Indian attack seemed unlikely, given the absence of bodies and the fact that no local tribes claimed responsibility or showed signs of having acquired the settlement's considerable material wealth. Disease could not explain the disappearances or the blood-stained clothes left behind. Desertion made no sense for an established, prosperous community. The incident drew comparisons to the lost Roanoke colony in Virginia, where settlers had similarly vanished, leaving only cryptic traces. Some suggested supernatural explanations, pointing to Indian legends about demons in the northern forests. Others proposed more prosaic scenarios involving criminal gangs or French agents, though neither explanation accounted for the scale or thoroughness of the disappearances. The mystery remained officially unsolved, recorded in colonial archives as a tragic enigma that defied understanding. What those archives could not record was its role in orchestrating 3 years of sustained feeding. The entity had awakened in 1740 after its longest hibernation period since arriving on Earth. The hunger that accompanied this awakening proved intense, driving it to feed more aggressively than in previous cycles. Rather than targeting only children, the entity expanded its predation to include adults, taking entire families and groups. The bloodied clothing represented a kind of signature, evidence left deliberately to heighten fear among those who discovered it. The prolonged nature of the feeding period, spanning 3 full years instead of the usual single year, suggested it was experimenting with its capabilities. The entity discovered it could maintain active hunting for longer periods if it paced itself appropriately. Taking victims gradually, rather than in concentrated bursts of violence, allowed sustained operations without requiring immediate return to hibernation. This extended cycle also generated more fear, as survivors waited in terror, wondering who would disappear next, their anticipatory dread providing additional sustenance. The final disappearances occurred in early 1743. By spring of that year, Derry Township was entirely empty. It, having fed beyond satiation, retreated to its underground lair to begin another long period of dormancy. The entity's consciousness withdrew into itself, processing the fear it had consumed, regenerating its power, preparing for eventual reawakening. Above ground, the abandoned settlement slowly fell into disrepair, buildings weathering without maintenance, forests beginning to reclaim cleared land. The decades following the vanishing saw gradual resettlement of the region. Colonial authorities, unwilling to leave valuable timber resources unexploited, encouraged new settlers to establish themselves in what had been Derry Township. These newcomers arrived with little knowledge of what had occurred previously. Some had heard vague stories about a settlement that failed, but details remained scarce and contradictory. The blood-stained clothes had been collected and buried, the unsettling evidence removed from sight, if not from historical record. New families rebuilt on the foundations left by vanished predecessors. They moved into abandoned homes after repairing weather damage, established farms on previously cleared land, and restarted mills that still stood structurally sound. This second generation of Derry settlers brought fresh optimism and determination, viewing the available infrastructure as opportunity rather than warning. Within a decade, the township's population had returned to pre-disappearance levels, and within 2 decades had exceeded it. The period between 1743 and 1851 represented the longest stretch of relative calm in Derry's documented history. It remained dormant through this entire span, its hibernation lasting over a century. The reasons for this extended sleep remain unclear. Perhaps the intense 3-year feeding cycle of 1740-1743 provided sufficient sustenance to fuel a longer rest period. Alternatively, the entity might have been recovering from some form of injury or exhaustion resulting from its extended activity. Or, possibly, it simply chose to wait, allowing the community to rebuild and flourish before hunting again. During these quiet decades, Derry developed into a proper town, with substantial buildings, established institutions, and a sense of permanence. The timber industry continued to drive economic growth, supplemented by agriculture and small-scale manufacturing. Population increased steadily through both natural growth and continued immigration. Families that would become central to Derry's long-term history established themselves during this period, their names appearing repeatedly in records of births, marriages, property transactions, and civic positions. The town's prosperity during this era seemed to validate the decision to resettle the area. No major disasters struck. Economic conditions remained favourable. Population growth continued without the cycles of boom and bust that afflicted other frontier communities. Some attributed this success to Derry's natural advantages, its location and resources. Others saw divine blessing, evidence that God had purified the land of whatever curse had caused the earlier disappearances. Neither interpretation acknowledged the darker possibility that the town's success itself served purposes beyond human understanding. In 1851, it awakened for the first time in over a century. The entity emerged slowly from its prolonged dormancy, consciousness gradually returning as hunger reasserted itself. This awakening, unlike the previous one, did not lead to sustained predation. Instead, it fed briefly and returned to sleep, almost as if testing whether conditions remained suitable for longer-term activity. The single major incident that marked this cycle would become known as the Markson family tragedy, though its supernatural elements went unrecognised by contemporary observers. John Markson was a respected member of the community, a farmer with substantial land holdings and a family that included his wife and 4 children. On an evening in late spring 1851, Markson poisoned his entire family using arsenic mixed into their dinner. He watched them die in agony before consuming a large quantity of white nightshade mushrooms, choosing for himself a death even more painful than what he had inflicted on his loved ones. The mushrooms caused excruciating suffering that lasted for hours before finally killing him. Neighbours who discovered the bodies found the scene almost unbearably disturbing. The family had been arranged carefully after death, positioned as if seated, for a meal they would never finish. Markson's own body lay separate from the others, contorted in ways that reflected the agonizing nature of nightshade poisoning. A note left behind offered no explanation, only cryptic phrases about voices and demands and doing what needed to be done. The note suggested madness rather than malice, but provided no clarity about what had driven a seemingly normal man to commit such an act. The community responded with shock and confusion. Markson had shown no previous signs of mental instability. His family had been well regarded and prosperous. No financial troubles or social conflicts suggested motive for murder-suicide. The inexplicability of the crime troubled Derry's residents more than the violence itself. If a man like Markson could suddenly destroy his family without warning or reason, then anyone might do the same. The randomness of the tragedy implied a universe where horror could emerge from normalcy without transition. What no one recognized was its influence in driving Markson to his actions. The entity had not physically attacked the family, but had instead worked through psychological manipulation. It planted thoughts, amplified doubts, encouraged paranoia, until Markson became convinced that murdering his family represented the only possible course of action. The choice of mushroom poisoning for his own death suggested its touch as well, selecting a method that would maximize suffering and generate fear in those who eventually discovered the scene. After the Markson tragedy, it returned to dormancy. The brief awakening had satisfied immediate hunger without requiring extended hunting. This pattern of brief activity followed by return to hibernation suggested the entity's metabolism and feeding requirements varied based on factors including duration of previous sleep, amount consumed, and perhaps conditions in the physical world above. The cycles were not rigidly fixed but followed general patterns with considerable variation in specific timing and duration. 25 years passed before it awakened again. The 1876 cycle began with a series of murders that targeted lumberjacks working in the deep forest. Groups of men camped in remote locations simply vanished, their remains eventually discovered near the Kenduskeag stream. The bodies showed signs of violent death but also bizarre mutilation that defied easy explanation. Some appeared to have been partially consumed, others displayed wounds that could not have been inflicted by any known weapon or animal. The murders continued sporadically through 1879, establishing a pattern different from the Markson incident, but similar to the original 1740-1743 cycle. It was testing different hunting strategies, experimenting with various approaches to predation. The lumberjacks represented easy targets, men working in isolated locations, far from the oversight of settled communities. Their disappearances caused less alarm than similar incidents in town would have generated, allowing it to feed with reduced risk of organised response. The discovery of bodies near the stream reinforced the location's supernatural associations, though few consciously acknowledged this connection. Residents began to regard certain areas along the Kenduskeag as dangerous without being able to articulate exactly why. Children were warned away from particular locations. Superstitious workers avoided camps set up in specific areas. This unconscious recognition of danger represented a form of adaptation, the community developing protective behaviours without conscious understanding of what they protected against. The 1876-1879 cycle ended as it had begun, with it withdrawing to its deep places. The entity returned to hibernation satisfied with 3 years of hunting. The community, as always, moved past the tragedies into comfortable forgetting. The murdered lumberjacks were buried, their families grieved briefly, and life continued. Investigation into the murders produced no results and eventually ceased, the cases remaining officially unsolved but practically forgotten. These early cycles established patterns that would repeat for the next century. Approximately every 27 years, tragedy would strike Derry with unusual violence and frequency. Then, as mysteriously as they began, the incidents would cease, and the town would return to its ordinary rhythms. The specific duration between cycles varied, ranging from as few as 25 years to as many as 30, but the general pattern held consistent. It would sleep, awaken hungry, feed for a period lasting anywhere from weeks to years, then return to dormancy. Residents learned not to speak of these events, not to question too deeply, not to remember what the town itself seemed determined to forget. Those who did remember, who tried to connect patterns or suggest supernatural explanations, found themselves isolated and dismissed. The community's collective desire for normalcy proved stronger than individual recognition of truth. Derry wanted to be an ordinary town, and that desire manifested as aggressive forgetting, as rationalization that explained away evidence too uncomfortable to acknowledge. The historical record from this period shows this selective memory at work. Town histories mentioned the 1740-1743 disappearances, but treated them as isolated mysteries, with no connection to later events. The Markson murders appeared in records as tragic family incidents caused by mental illness. The lumberjack killings were attributed to bears or other wildlife, despite evidence that contradicted such explanations. Each incident was documented but quarantined, kept separate from other incidents that might suggest pattern or purpose. In 1904, on an ordinary evening at a crowded Derry saloon, a lumberjack named Claude Héroux walked into the establishment carrying an axe. What followed would become one of Maine's most horrific mass murders, though the true horror lay not in the killings themselves, but in what instigated them. The Silver Dollar Saloon occupied a building on Exchange Street, a rough establishment catering primarily to logging crews during their brief periods in town between months spent in the deep woods. The place was packed that evening, men drinking away wages they had earned through brutal physical labour, the air thick with tobacco smoke and the sounds of conversation, laughter, and the occasional argument that rarely escalated beyond words. Héroux entered through the main door without apparent urgency. Several patrons recognised him and called greetings that went unanswered. The man's expression, those who survived would later recall, seemed blank rather than enraged, as if he moved through the actions that followed without conscious decision or emotional investment. He walked directly to the nearest occupied table and brought his axe down on the skull of a man he had worked alongside for 3 seasons. The victim died instantly, collapsing forward as blood spread across the table's scarred wooden surface. The violence that followed occurred with methodical efficiency rather than frenzied chaos. Héroux moved through the crowded saloon systematically, selecting victims who made no sense as targets. Some were friends, others mere acquaintances, a few were strangers he had never met. He killed 12 men in approximately 15 minutes, using the same axe for every murder. The weapon, standard logging equipment, proved devastatingly effective in enclosed space against unarmed and often intoxicated targets. Most victims died from single blows. Those who survived initial attacks were pursued and finished with the same terrible efficiency. Survivors who managed to flee told remarkably consistent stories, despite the chaos and terror of the experience. They described Héroux as moving with purpose, but without passion, methodically working through the crowd, as if completing an unpleasant but necessary task. No one recalled him speaking during the attack. He made no accusations, issued no demands, expressed no anger or satisfaction. The silence of his rampage, combined with its systematic nature, made the incident even more disturbing than if he had been raging or shouting threats. The massacre ended when Héroux simply stopped, set down his bloodied axe, and walked out into the street. He made no attempt to flee or resist when town authorities arrived minutes later. His arrest proceeded without incident, the man offering neither resistance nor explanation. When asked why he had committed the murders, Héroux reportedly said only that he'd been told to do it, that a voice had given instructions he could not disobey. These statements were interpreted as evidence of insanity rather than supernatural influence. The trial, such as it was, proceeded quickly. Héroux's guilt was indisputable, given the dozens of witnesses and his own lack of denial. The court focused less on determining guilt than on deciding whether execution should be public or private. Before legal proceedings could conclude, however, an angry mob stormed the jail where Héroux was being held. The lynching occurred in the early morning hours. The prisoner hanged from a tree near the courthouse. Authorities made minimal effort to prevent or investigate the extrajudicial killing, and no one was ever charged in connection with it. What authorities failed to investigate, and what witnesses failed to report, were the unusual circumstances surrounding that night. Several survivors mentioned seeing a figure they described as a comical sort of fella present in the saloon before the violence began. This individual, dressed in outdated clothing and wearing theatrical makeup, had been standing near the doorway when Héroux entered. Witnesses disagreed on details of this figure's appearance, some describing a clown costume, while others remembered a farmer's outfit with mismatched colours. All agreed the person had seemed out of place, wrong in ways they struggled to articulate. More significantly, This same figure was reportedly seen at other locations in Derry during the period surrounding the massacre. A woman shopping on Main Street mentioned a strange man in clownish attire watching children play. A farmhand working outside town reported seeing someone matching the description, walking along a road late at night, moving with a gait that seemed somehow incorrect, as if the figure was not quite comfortable in the body it wore. These sightings, collected years later by researchers interviewing elderly residents, suggested a presence that appeared repeatedly during the 1904 cycle. It had awakened Hungary and had initially chosen Hero as an instrument rather than a victim. The entity could influence minds directly when doing so served its purposes. By driving Hero to commit mass murder in a public place, it generated terror that spread far beyond those directly present. The entire community learned of the massacre, imagined its details, and lived with the fear that random violence could erupt anywhere without warning or reason. This widespread fear provided sustenance beyond what could be harvested from the 12 men who died and the survivors who witnessed the killings. The 2 years following the axe murders saw a return to relative normalcy, though the community remained unsettled. Families tried to move past the tragedy, businesses continued operations, and daily life resumed its ordinary rhythms. Children born during this period would have no direct memory of the violence but would grow up in its shadow, absorbing their parents' unspoken anxieties and their community's collective trauma. Derry entered 1906 with cautious optimism that the worst had passed and that the town could finally heal from its recent wounds. Easter Sunday, 1906 arrived with spring weather that drew families outdoors after the long Maine winter. The Kitchener Ironworks facility had organised an Easter egg hunt for the community's children, a charitable gesture meant to demonstrate the company's investment in Derry's social fabric. The ironworks had been a major employer for years, its foundry producing equipment for logging operations and various metal goods for regional markets. The facility's large grounds provided perfect space for a children's event, with enough area to hide hundreds of eggs and accommodate the crowd of families expected to attend. Planning for the event had proceeded for weeks. Company workers painted eggs in bright colours, prepared baskets as prizes, and marked boundaries within which children should search. The ironworks management emphasised that all machinery would be shut down completely for the day, with boilers cold and equipment locked to ensure no accidents could occur. Safety precautions received particular attention, given that over 100 children would be running across grounds normally restricted to adult workers. The morning of the event saw families arriving in their Easter finest, children excited by the prospect of egg hunting, and parents grateful for community activity that promised joy rather than the sorrows that had marked recent years. Weather cooperated perfectly, with clear skies and temperatures warm enough to be comfortable, but not hot. By the time the hunt officially began at 10 o'clock, approximately 200 people had gathered, including 88 children whose ages ranged from toddlers to teenagers. The explosion occurred at precisely 10:23 in the morning. Witnesses blocks away reported a sound like thunder, followed by the rumble of collapsing structures. A massive fireball rose above the ironworks grounds, visible from throughout Derry and in some cases from miles away. The blast levelled several buildings immediately and set others aflame. Debris rained down across a wide area, chunks of metal and burning wood falling into surrounding neighbourhoods. The concussion shattered windows in nearby homes and knocked some people off their feet blocks from the actual explosion site. The death toll reached 108 people, 88 of whom were children. Most died instantly from the blast itself or from injuries sustained when buildings collapsed. Others succumbed to burns or crushing injuries in the hours and days that followed. The catastrophe destroyed multiple families completely, leaving no survivors. Several families lost multiple children but had parents survive. facing lives forever marked by the worst imaginable loss. The scope of the tragedy overwhelmed Derry's small population. Nearly every family in town lost someone that Easter morning, and those who didn't lost friends, neighbours, or acquaintances. Investigation into the explosion's cause produced contradictory findings. The ironworks had indeed shut down all operations the previous day, with boilers emptied and equipment properly secured. No rational explanation existed for how an explosion of such magnitude could occur in a facility that was theoretically inactive. Some investigators suggested residual gas buildup, but this theory failed to account for the explosion's timing or intensity. Others proposed sabotage, but no evidence of tampering was ever discovered, and no one had apparent motive. The more disturbing aspects of the investigation received less official attention. Workers who had shut down the facility the day before reported hearing unusual sounds during their final inspection, noises that suggested machinery running, despite all equipment being inactive. Several mentioned feeling watched while securing the grounds, though they saw no one. These accounts were attributed to nerves or imagination and did not appear in official reports. Children who survived the blast, particularly those who had been on the periphery of the grounds when the explosion occurred, provided testimony that investigators struggled to interpret. Multiple young witnesses mentioned seeing a clown or strange man near the building that exploded, a figure who beckoned to children as if inviting them to follow. Some survivors reported that many victims had been moving toward this figure when the blast occurred. Drawn by his gestures and promises of special prizes hidden in areas they hadn't yet searched. The community's response to the Kitchener disaster demonstrated both the resilience and the willful blindness that characterized Derry. Funerals stretched across 2 weeks, with the town's churches conducting multiple services daily to accommodate the dead. Temporary morgues were established to handle bodies while families made arrangements. The tragedy dominated every conversation, every thought, every moment of daily life, for months afterward. Yet even as residents mourned, they avoided making connections that might have revealed uncomfortable truths. No one publicly suggested a relationship between the axe murders 2 years earlier and the Easter explosion. The events were treated as separate tragedies without common origin. Similarly, older residents who might have remembered patterns stretching back decades chose not to speak of them, or found their memories conveniently vague. The town needed to believe the explosion was an accident, a terrible misfortune that could not have been predicted or prevented. Supernatural explanations remained unthinkable, too disturbing to contemplate, even as alternative explanations failed to satisfy basic logic. It fed thoroughly on the terror generated by the Kitchener explosion. The entity consumed not just the fear of dying children and horrified parents, but the sustained grief and trauma that rippled through the entire community for months afterward. The scale of the tragedy ensured that Derry would remain psychologically scarred for years, providing lingering sustenance even after it returned to hibernation. The entity had learned that spectacular single events could be as nourishing as prolonged campaigns of individual predation. The ironworks was never rebuilt. The scarred land where it had stood became a place children were warned away from, though few adults could articulate exactly why. Grass and weeds eventually covered the rubble, and trees began growing through what remained of the foundations. The site became one of many locations in Derry that carried a sense of wrongness, places where sensitive individuals felt unease without understanding its source. The physical evidence of the tragedy faded over time, but the psychic wound remained fresh far longer than Derry's collective memory wanted to admit. 23 years passed before it awakened again, and the next cycle would coincide with another of America's violent chapters. In 1929, as the Great Depression began crushing the nation's economy, Derry faced its own financial struggles, complicated by the arrival of criminals who saw opportunity in the town's relative isolation and wealth from timber operations. The Bradley Gang, a group of 5 men who had robbed and murdered their way across New England, established themselves in a farmhouse on the outskirts of town during the summer of that year. Their presence marked the beginning of a cycle that would demonstrate its ability to manipulate not just individuals, but collective emotions, including hatred and fear that already existed within communities. The gang's activities escalated throughout the fall. They robbed the Derry Savings Bank in September, killing a clerk who attempted to resist. In October, they murdered a shopkeeper during a burglary that netted less than $50. By November, 3 more killings had occurred in connection with various crimes. The gang operated with impunity, their hideout's location unknown to authorities despite the small size of the community. Local law enforcement seemed strangely ineffective at tracking men who should have been easily identified in a town where most residents knew each other by name. The police chief's passivity regarding the gang frustrated citizens who expected more aggressive pursuit of dangerous criminals. Public meetings demanded action, with speakers questioning whether Chief Sullivan was incompetent or possibly complicit in allowing the gang to operate. The chief's responses cited legal constraints and procedural requirements, explanations that satisfied no one. Pressure mounted for the community to take matters into its own hands, rhetoric that might have remained merely rhetorical in other circumstances, but in Derry gained dangerous momentum. On a cold night in late November 1929, approximately 40 men gathered at a location that historical records never definitively identified. These vigilantes represented a cross-section of Derry's population, including respected businessmen, workers, and at least one town official. They had learned the Bradley gang's location through means that also went unrecorded, possibly information from an informant or perhaps simply through the kind of knowledge that circulates in small communities through channels that leave no documentation. The mob armed themselves with hunting rifles, shotguns, and other weapons before proceeding to the farmhouse where the gang had established their base. The attack commenced just before dawn. The vigilantes surrounded the farmhouse and opened fire without warning, shooting through windows and doors in a barrage that lasted several minutes. When the shooting stopped, the mob entered to find all 5 gang members dead. What happened next transformed a vigilante execution into something darker. Rather than reporting the deaths to authorities and claiming justified action against dangerous criminals, the mob chose to disappear the evidence. Bodies were removed from the farmhouse, taken to unknown locations, and disposed of in ways that left no trace. The official response to the Bradley gang's disappearance demonstrated the complex relationship between Derry's citizens and their institutions. Chief Sullivan, who may or may not have participated in or sanctioned the vigilante action, conducted a perfunctory investigation that produced no results and seemed designed to produce no results. The town's newspaper reported that the gang had apparently fled the region, an explanation that satisfied no one, but that no one publicly challenged. The conspiracy of silence surrounding the massacre held firm, with dozens of participants and many more who suspected the truth choosing collectively to forget. Years later, an elderly man who had witnessed the vigilante attack provided testimony that revealed details omitted from all contemporary accounts. This witness, interviewed in the 1970s when most other participants had died, described seeing a figure he could only characterize as a clown dressed in farmer's clothing participating in the attack. This individual had moved among the mob, seemingly encouraging the violence, whispering to various men in ways the witness could not overhear. Most disturbing, the clownish figure had been seen laughing during the shooting. Not the nervous laughter of frightened men, but genuine amusement at the violence unfolding. The witness further reported that he had seen this same figure multiple times in the days surrounding the attack, appearing at the edges of public meetings where anger against the gang was discussed, present in saloons where men drank and talked of taking action. The clown's presence seemed designed to agitate, to encourage the transformation of frustration into violence. Yet when the witness had mentioned seeing this strange figure to other men in the mob, they had looked at him blankly, as if unable to remember or perceive what he described. It had manipulated the situation with characteristic subtlety, amplifying emotions that already existed rather than creating them from nothing. Derry's citizens had genuine grievances against the Bradley gang and legitimate frustration with ineffective law enforcement. The entity simply encouraged these feelings to develop into murderous action, feeding on the fear generated by the gang's crimes and then on the violence of the vigilante response. The massacre satisfied its hunger while remaining invisible, credited entirely to human evil without recognition of supernatural influence. The year following the Bradley gang incident saw continued disappearances and deaths throughout Derry, though none as spectacular as what was to come. Children vanished from yards and streets. Several adults died in accidents that seemed improbable but not impossible. A woman drowned in the Kenduskeag stream, despite being a strong swimmer and the water being shallow. A man fell from a ladder he had climbed hundreds of times before. These deaths, individually explicable, accumulated into a pattern that no one acknowledged, but that created an atmosphere of pervasive unease. Racial tensions that had simmered in Derry for years intensified during this period. The town's small African American population, concentrated primarily in families connected to the nearby military base, faced increasing hostility from certain segments of the white community. The Black Spot, a nightclub established to serve black servicemen who were barred from most other establishments in town, became a particular focus of resentment. The club's success, its popularity among both black and white patrons who ignored segregationist norms, threatened those who preferred strict racial hierarchies. A group calling themselves the Maine Legion of White Decency had formed in the late 1920s, modelling themselves after the Ku Klux Klan, though maintaining the pretense of being a civic organisation rather than explicitly a hate group. The Legion's membership included men who held respectable positions in Derry society, though they met in secret and concealed their affiliation from public record. Their stated goals involved preserving traditional values and maintaining appropriate boundaries between races, language that barely disguised their actual purpose of enforcing white supremacy through intimidation and violence. The attack on the Black Spot occurred on a Saturday night in May 1930. The club was crowded, hosting a popular local band and drawing patrons from across the region. Approximately 150 people were inside when members of the Maine Legion of White Decency surrounded the building and set it ablaze. They had doused the wooden structure's exterior with kerosene and ignited it simultaneously at multiple points, creating a fire that spread with terrifying speed. Exits were blocked by attackers who stood watching, preventing escape and ensuring maximum casualties. The screams of those trapped inside were heard throughout the neighbourhood. Some victims attempted to break through walls or windows, only to be met by Legion members who beat them back into the flames. Those who did manage to escape faced a gauntlet of violence, running through attackers who struck them with clubs and fists. The fire department, when it finally arrived, found their efforts hampered by the Legion's presence and by hoses that had been mysteriously damaged, producing insufficient water pressure to combat the blaze effectively. The death toll exceeded 100 people, making it one of the deadliest incidents of racial violence in American history, yet one that received minimal attention beyond Derry and was largely omitted from historical records. Official reports attributed the fire to accidental causes, claiming faulty wiring or a kitchen accident had sparked the blaze. No investigation into the Maine Legion of White Decency occurred, and no charges were ever filed against anyone in connection with the attack. The conspiracy of silence that had protected the Bradley gang's killers extended to protect those who had committed mass murder, motivated by racial hatred. Among the survivors was a man named William Hanlon, who would later marry and have a son named Mike. William's testimony, recorded in journals he kept but never published, provided the most complete account of that night's true nature. He described not just the fire and the attackers, but something else, something that transcended even the horror of racist violence. As William fled the burning building, he looked back and saw a creature that should not have existed, a giant bird with wings spanning at least 30 feet, with orange balloons tied to its legs and wings, rising above the flames. The bird, according to William's account, swooped down and plucked 2 members of the main legion from the ground with its massive talons. The men screamed as the creature carried them away, flying toward the area known as the Barrens. Other survivors corroborated seeing something large and inexplicable above the burning club, though their descriptions varied in ways that suggested it had appeared differently to different observers. Some saw a bird, others a cloud of lights, still others a shape that their minds refused to process into any recognizable form. William Hanlon survived the Black Spot fire, physically unscathed, but psychologically marked forever by what he had witnessed. His journals, which his son Mike would eventually read, attempted to make sense of an event that defied rational explanation. William had seen evil that night in multiple forms: the human evil of racial hatred and murder, and something older and more fundamental, an entity that fed on such hatred while bearing no allegiance to either side of human conflicts. The bird, William concluded, had not attacked the Legion members as punishment or justice, but simply because their fear at being carried away by an impossible creature tasted as good as any other terror. The entity's manifestation as a giant bird represented a form particularly suited to the circumstances. Birds could fly, allowing dramatic appearance above the flames where ground-based predators could not go. The balloons added a grotesque touch, suggesting circus or celebration, in horrific contrast to the burning building below. The choice of orange balloons specifically might have connected to its true form as the deadlights, the orange writhing lights that represented its essential nature. Or perhaps it simply enjoyed the irony of decorating itself festively while participating in a massacre. The Black Spot burning marked the end of its 1929 to 1930 cycle. The entity, having fed on the Bradley Gang incident, numerous individual deaths throughout the year, and finally the spectacular horror of the nightclub fire, retreated once more to its underground lair. The hibernation that followed would last 27 years, bringing its next awakening to 1957. By that time, a new generation would face the ancient evil, including a young boy named Mike Hanlon, who would carry his father's stories and his father's knowledge that monsters were real. The impact of the Black Spot fire on Derry's African-American community was devastating and permanent. Many families fled the town entirely, recognizing that local authorities would not protect them and that staying meant accepting the constant threat of violence. Those who remained did so out of economic necessity rather than choice, maintaining vigilant awareness that they existed in a community that had demonstrated its capacity for murderous hatred. The black population of Derry never recovered its pre-1930 numbers, the fire serving its intended purpose of enforcing segregation through terror. For Derry's white community, the fire became another event that required forgetting. The official story of accidental causes was accepted with the same willful blindness that characterized the town's response to all its tragedies. Those who knew the truth, and many suspected even if they had not witnessed directly, chose silence over confronting what their neighbours had done. This pattern of collective amnesia, established over more than a century of its influence, allowed atrocities to vanish from memory within a generation, ensuring that each new cycle of violence seemed unprecedented rather than part of a well-established pattern. Between 1946 and 1947, 7 children were born in and around Derry, Maine. These births, unremarkable at the time, would prove cosmically significant in ways that transcended ordinary human experience. Each child carried something that would make them both vulnerable and powerful, a combination of outsider status, trauma, difference, and courage buried beneath fear. They arrived into a world still processing the aftermath of global war, into families shaped by their own histories of loss and struggle, into a town whose darkness operated according to cycles none of their parents fully understood or acknowledged. William Denbrough entered the world in June 1946, the first child of Zach and Sharon Denbrough. The family lived in a comfortable home on a respectable street, enjoying the middle-class security that Zach's position as an engineer provided. Bill's early childhood appeared normal in most respects, a bright child who showed particular interest in stories and imagination. The stutter that would define much of his young life developed gradually, becoming pronounced around age 4. The impediment frustrated him and concerned his parents, though neither the boy nor his family understood that this verbal struggle would eventually forge the determination necessary to face impossible challenges. The stutter isolated Bill from other children in ways both obvious and subtle. Simple playground interactions became ordeals of embarrassment and frustration. Teachers who should have supported him instead showed impatience with the extra time his contributions required. Other children, with the casual cruelty that characterizes youth, mocked his difficulty speaking. These early experiences taught Bill to retreat into imagination, to create stories in his mind that flowed smoothly, despite his inability to articulate them aloud. The creative mind developing behind the stutter would prove essential to survival, though Bill could not know this during the lonely hours spent struggling to communicate basic thoughts. Bill's relationship with his parents contained distance that he sensed but could not articulate. Zach Denbrough, practical and emotionally reserved, viewed his son's stutter as a problem requiring solution rather than a challenge requiring support. Sharon, warmer but ultimately deferent to her husband, provided comfort without the fierce advocacy Bill needed. This emotional isolation within his own family prepared him inadvertently for leadership among outcasts, teaching him that authority and love were not synonymous, and that sometimes groups needed leaders who understood loneliness. Beverly Marsh arrived in January 1946, born into circumstances far less comfortable than Bill's. Her father, Alvin Marsh, worked sporadically in jobs that required physical labour but offered little security or advancement. The family's economic instability manifested in frequent moves between rental properties, often a step ahead of eviction notices. Beverly learned early to make herself small, to avoid drawing attention that might trigger her father's temper. The abuse began subtly, harsh words and emotional manipulation that gradually escalated into physical violence. The pattern of abuse shaped Beverly's personality in complex ways. She developed acute sensitivity to others' moods, reading micro-expressions and body language to predict when violence might erupt. This hypervigilance, exhausting though it was, created skills that would later prove valuable in detecting threats that operated beyond human norms. Beverly also cultivated fierce independence, recognizing that she could not rely on adults for protection and must instead develop her own capabilities. Her natural talent with a slingshot emerged during these years, hours spent in solitary practice translating to accuracy that would seem almost supernatural when needed most. Beverly's beauty, evident even in childhood, attracted attention she neither wanted nor welcomed. Adults commented on her appearance in ways that made her uncomfortable, remarks that seemed innocent but carried undertones she was too young to fully process. Older boys began noticing her in ways that frightened her, their interest possessing an intensity that suggested future danger. The attention taught Beverly that her appearance was both asset and liability, something that could be used strategically, but that also made her vulnerable in ways boys never faced. Ben Hanscom was born in February 1947, several months after his father died in the closing months of World War II. His mother Arlene raised him alone, working as a seamstress and taking in laundry to support them. Their circumstances were modest but stable, with enough money for necessities, though rarely for luxuries. Ben's weight became noticeable around age 7, the result of complex factors, including loneliness, limited physical activity, and food serving as comfort in the absence of other pleasures. The extra weight made him a target for bullying that intensified each year as the difference between his body and those of other boys became more pronounced. The bullying drove Ben into books, the library becoming sanctuary where he could escape both physical torment and emotional isolation. He read voraciously across subjects, developing particular interest in architecture and history. These interests seemed odd for a child his age, but they provided frameworks for understanding how structures and societies developed over time. Ben's mind absorbed information with remarkable efficiency, making connections between disparate facts in ways that suggested unusual intelligence. This intellectual capability, hidden behind excess weight and social awkwardness, would prove crucial when facing challenges that required analysis rather than mere courage. Ben's romantic nature remained largely concealed beneath layers of protective cynicism. He wrote poetry in secret notebooks, verses expressing feelings he could never articulate aloud. The poems were competent despite his youth, demonstrating natural facility with language and genuine emotional depth. He developed crushes that he knew were hopeless, loving from safe distance rather than risking rejection that his fragile self-image could not withstand. This capacity for deep feeling, combined with his intellectual gifts, created a rich inner life that others rarely glimpsed. Richie Tozier entered the world in March 1946, the son of parents who loved him, but remained perpetually bemused by the loud, energetic child they had produced. Richie's compulsive need to fill silence with noise emerged early. Talking constantly, in various voices and accents he picked up from radio programs and movies. The voices served multiple purposes: entertainment, certainly, but also defense mechanism that kept genuine emotion at safe distance. Behind the relentless humor and theatrical personas, Richie harbored fears and insecurities he could not acknowledge even to himself. The thick glasses Richie required from age 6 added another layer to his outsider status. The prescription was strong enough that his eyes appeared distorted behind the lenses, giving him a bug-eyed appearance that other children mocked. He learned to incorporate the glasses into his comedy routines, making jokes about his poor vision before others could weaponize it against him. This strategy of preemptive self-deprecation protected him from some cruelty, but also prevented genuine connection, relationships that required vulnerability he could not risk. Richie's parents, Wentworth and Maggie Tozier, remained largely oblivious to their son's internal struggles. They viewed his constant joking as evidence of happiness rather than shield against pain. When teachers complained about Richie disrupting class, his parents saw a boy with spirit rather than a child desperately trying to control situations through humor. This parental blind spot left Richie without guidance in managing emotions or developing coping mechanisms beyond the increasingly elaborate performance that exhausted him even as it protected him. Eddie Kaspbrak arrived in November 1946, born into a household dominated by his mother, Sonia's anxieties and controlling behaviors. Eddie's father had died when the boy was young, though circumstances suggested possible suicide rather than the illness Sonia claimed. Left alone, Sonia transferred all her fears and needs onto her son, constructing an elaborate framework of supposed illnesses and vulnerabilities that kept Eddie dependent and under her control. The asthma diagnosis, while containing some medical validity, was grossly exaggerated, the condition managed through medications of questionable necessity. Sonia's overprotection created a prison of safety that Eddie simultaneously craved and resented. He was not allowed to play roughly, to venture far from home, to engage in activities that might expose him to germs or injury. The list of things that might trigger his asthma or compromise his health expanded constantly, until Eddie existed in a bubble of restrictions that made normal childhood experiences impossible. Yet beneath the learned helplessness and hypochondriacal anxiety, something stronger persisted. Eddie possessed courage that would emerge only when circumstances became desperate enough to override years of conditioning. The inhaler Eddie carried everywhere served as both medication and security blanket, psychological comfort more than medical necessity. He used it before physical exertion, during moments of stress, whenever Sonia insisted he needed it. The dependency she encouraged ensured his continued need for her care and supervision. Eddie would not learn until years later that most of his prescribed medications were placebos, that much of what he believed about his fragility was constructed rather than real. Stanley Uris was born in June 1946, the only child of a rabbi and his wife. Stan's Jewish identity set him apart in a community that was overwhelmingly Christian, though the anti-Semitism he faced tended toward exclusion rather than overt violence. He was not invited to certain social gatherings, not welcomed in spaces where other children moved freely. This otherness taught Stan to find comfort in order and logic, in pursuits that followed clear rules and produced predictable results. Birdwatching became his passion, the careful observation and documentation of species providing structure that chaotic human relationships lacked. Stan's pragmatic, logical mind resisted anything that defied rational explanation. He approached the world as a puzzle that could be solved through careful analysis and application of appropriate principles. This orientation served him well academically, but left him unprepared for situations where logic and reason offered no protection. His eventual confrontation with it would challenge every assumption about how reality operated, creating cognitive dissonance that his mind would struggle to process. The Uris household emphasized education, tradition, and ethical behavior according to Jewish law and custom. Stan's father, Donald, expected excellence tempered with humility, achievement that reflected well on the family without pride that might offend God. These expectations created pressure that Stan managed through perfectionism, controlling what he could control with obsessive thoroughness. His bedroom was meticulously organized, his schoolwork flawless, his behavior beyond reproach. The control he exercised over his environment compensated for his inability to control how others perceived him. Michael Hanlon arrived in July 1946, born to William and Jessica Hanlon on their small farm outside Derry proper. Mike's parents had moved away from town after the Black Spot fire, seeking distance from a community that had demonstrated its capacity for lethal racism. The farm provided modest income and relative isolation, though it could not provide complete safety. Mike grew up aware that his family was different, that they faced dangers white children did not encounter, that they must be more careful and more vigilant to achieve the same security others took for granted. Mike's education occurred primarily at home, his parents concerned about the treatment he would receive in Derry's public schools. Jessica taught him reading and mathematics, while William shared his knowledge of history and farming. This homeschooling provided excellent academic foundation, but limited Mike's social interactions with peers. He saw other children primarily during trips to town, watching from the distance his parents maintained, knowing he existed on the margins of a community that tolerated rather than welcomed his family's presence. William's stories about the Black Spot shaped Mike's understanding of the world in fundamental ways. Unlike other Derry parents who conspired to forget their town's dark history, William insisted his son know the truth. He described the fire in detail, the attackers who had murdered with impunity, and most significantly, the impossible bird he had seen carrying men away into the night. These stories seemed fantastical, folklore mixed with family tragedy. Yet William's insistence that he had witnessed something supernatural prepared Mike to believe the unbelievable, to recognize that monsters wore many faces and that some could not be explained by human evil alone. These 7 children moved through early childhood unaware of each other, separated by neighborhoods, schools, and social circles. They navigated their own struggles in isolation, each believing their loneliness was unique rather than shared condition. Bill struggled with speech and emotional distance. Beverly hid bruises and developed survival instincts. Ben endured mockery and retreated into books. Richie performed constantly to mask genuine feeling. Eddie battled manufactured illness and maternal smothering. Stan sought order in a world that seemed chaotic and hostile. Mike learned history that others desperately wanted forgotten. None knew they were being watched, assessed, selected by something ancient and hungry that would soon awaken beneath their feet. It, sleeping in deep places and dreaming dreams of fear and feeding, had already identified them through mechanisms that transcended physical observation. The entity recognized in these children the qualities it most desired in prey: vivid imagination, capacity for deep terror, and most importantly, the potential to truly see what others refuse to acknowledge. Their very status as outsiders, the traumas and differences that isolated them from mainstream childhood experience, made them perfect victims. But those same qualities also carried potential for something it had rarely encountered. Genuine resistance born of imagination turned against the entity that fed on fear. On an October day in 1957, during Derry's heaviest rainstorm in years, William Denbrough, age 6, left his house wearing a bright yellow raincoat and carrying a paper boat his brother had carefully constructed. The boy would never return home. The day had begun with Bill confined to bed, suffering from a flu that had kept him home from school for 3 days. Bored and restless, despite his illness, Bill had entertained his younger brother by folding a boat from a sheet of paraffin-coated paper, carefully waterproofing the seams so the craft might survive the flooded gutters outside their home. Georgie had watched the construction with fascination, asking questions about each fold and crease. Bill explained the process patiently, despite his stuffed nose and aching head, grateful for distraction from his own discomfort. The finished boat was sturdy and well proportioned, painted with wax crayons to add colour to the white paper. Bill drew a small flag on one side, signing it with shaky letters that spelled out SS Georgie. The younger boy had been delighted with the gift, immediately asking if he could sail it in the rain that drummed against the windows. Their mother Sharon had been reluctant to let Georgie venture out in such weather, but the boy's enthusiasm combined with his general obedience won her permission. She helped him into his yellow raincoat and rubber boots, reminding him to stay on their street and to come back inside within half an hour. Georgie promised, clutching his paper boat carefully to avoid crushing it. Bill called after his brother from the bedroom, yelling instructions about how to launch the boat properly and where the best currents would be. Georgie's voice floated back up the stairs, excited and already moving away, barely acknowledging the advice. The rain had transformed Derry's streets into temporary rivers. Water rushed through gutters with surprising force, carrying leaves and debris towards storm drains that struggled to handle the volume. Georgie launched his boat at the top of their street, watching it bob and weave as the current carried it downhill. He chased alongside, laughing when the boat spun in eddies and calling encouragement when it navigated around obstacles. The craft performed admirably, Bill's careful construction allowing it to ride the torrents without capsizing or coming apart. The boat sailed along Witcham Street, moving faster as the grade steepened. Georgie ran to keep pace, his yellow raincoat bright against the grey afternoon. Other children would have been indoors on such a day, making Georgie alone on the flooded streets, just him and his paper boat racing toward the intersection, where Jackson Street crossed Witcham. The boat reached the intersection first, spinning in the complex currents created by water flowing from multiple directions. Georgie arrived seconds later, searching for his craft in the swirling water. He spotted the boat being pulled toward a storm drain, the current funneling water and debris through the iron grating. Georgie called out, as if the boat might hear and respond, running to reach it before it disappeared into the sewer system. He arrived at the drain just as the boat wedged against the grating, caught between iron bars by the water's pressure. Georgie knelt in the flooded street, reaching through the grating to retrieve his treasure before the current could dislodge it and sweep it into darkness below. Movement in the drain's depths caught his attention. Georgie peered into the darkness, seeing what appeared to be eyes reflecting the grey afternoon light. Then a face emerged from the shadows, white and round, painted with exaggerated features that suggested a clown's makeup. The figure moved forward until it knelt just below the grating, close enough that Georgie could see details despite the pour. Lighting and rain. The clown smiled, an enormous expression that showed too many teeth arranged in rows that seemed to extend impossibly far back into its mouth. The clown introduced himself as Pennywise, the dancing clown, speaking in a voice that was friendly and theatrical, projecting enthusiasm that seemed slightly wrong in its intensity. Pennywise asked Georgie his name, commented on the fine quality of the paper boat, and expressed sympathy that such a wonderful craft had been lost down the drain. The clown's manner was engaging despite its strangeness. Georgie found himself responding, drawn into conversation despite knowing he should not talk to strangers, especially strange men in storm drains. Pennywise offered to return the boat, reaching towards it with one white-gloved hand. The glove's fabric looked odd, too smooth and too bright, almost glowing in the drain's darkness. Georgie hesitated, some instinct warning him that accepting this offer might be dangerous. But the alternative was losing the boat Bill had made for him, and the thought of disappointing his brother outweighed his vague unease. The clown continued speaking, voice friendly and persuasive, explaining how the boat had caught on a ledge just within reach. The conversation continued for several minutes, Pennywise engaging Georgie with questions about his life and interests. The clown seemed particularly interested in what Georgie feared, asking whether he was afraid of storms, of darkness, of being alone. The questions felt slightly invasive, but Pennywise's friendly tone made them seem like innocent curiosity rather than interrogation. Georgie answered honestly, not yet having learned the adult skill of protective dishonesty when speaking with those whose motives might be suspect. Eventually, Pennywise held the boat just beyond Georgie's reach through the grating, suggesting the boy might need to reach a bit further to retrieve it. The clown's smile widened as it spoke, teeth multiplying impossibly, the mouth stretching beyond human limits. Georgie noticed this transformation, but his mind struggled to process what his eyes reported. The cognitive dissonance between the friendly voice and the increasingly monstrous appearance paralyzed him briefly, confusion preventing the flight response that might have saved him. Georgie reached through the grating toward the boat, extending his arm as far as the iron bars would allow. His fingers touched the paper craft, almost grasping it. Pennywise moved slightly, positioning the boat just out of reach, encouraging Georgie to stretch further. The boy shifted his weight, leaning into the grating, his small arm disappearing into the drain up to his shoulder. At that moment, Pennywise's mouth opened to its full impossible extent, revealing not a throat but an orange glow that seemed to pulse with its own light. The attack happened with shocking speed. Pennywise's teeth, now clearly fangs arranged in circular rows like a shark's, closed around Georgie's extended arm. The boy screamed, trying to pull back, but the clown's grip was impossibly strong. There was a terrible tearing sensation, the sound of fabric ripping followed by more organic tearing sounds. Georgie fell backward onto the flooded street, his scream rising in pitch and volume. His yellow raincoat was now decorated with bright red that spread rapidly from his shoulder. The boy's arm was gone, severed just above the elbow. Blood pumped from the wound in rhythmic spurts that quickly turned the water around him dark. Georgie stared at where his arm had been, his mind unable to comprehend the transformation from wholeness to partial being. He tried to stand but collapsed, shock beginning to shut down his system. From the drain came sounds of chewing and Pennywise's voice, no longer friendly but gleeful, thanking Georgie for playing and promising they would meet again in dreams. Georgie's consciousness faded as blood loss overwhelmed him. His last coherent thoughts were of Bill, wondering if his brother would be angry about the boat, hoping someone would tell Bill that Georgie had tried very hard to save it. The papercraft, now soaked with blood, drifted away down the gutter, a small flag on white and red sailing toward other drains and other encounters. The yellow raincoat remained bright, even as the boy wearing it grew pale and still, a splash of colour in the grey rain that continued to fall. The discovery of Georgie's body came an hour later when Sharon Denbrough, worried about how long her son had been gone, went searching for him. Her screams brought neighbours who called police and ambulance, though both were clearly too late. The official report would classify the death as an animal attack, possibly a dog that had crawled into the storm drain system. The missing arm was never recovered, assumed to have been dragged further into the sewers by whatever creature had attacked the boy. Bill Denbrough learned of his brother's death from his parents' expressions before they spoke a word. The guilt began immediately and would never fully leave him. He had made the boat. He had encouraged Georgie to go out in the rain. He had been too sick to accompany his brother, leaving him unprotected. These thoughts circled obsessively through Bill's mind as he listened to his parents explain what had happened, their voices hollow with shock and grief that would calcify into permanent emotional distance. The funeral proceeded according to expectations, with proper rituals and appropriate expressions of sympathy from the community. But something was wrong beneath the surface ceremonies. Too few people attended for a child's funeral in a small town where everyone knew everyone. Those who did come seemed eager to leave, uncomfortable in ways that extended beyond normal grief. Conversations died when the Denbroughs approached. The town's response to Georgie's death felt wrong, cursory rather than compassionate, as if the community wanted to move past the tragedy as quickly as possible. Bill retreated into himself after the funeral, speaking even less than his stutter had previously limited him. His parents, lost in their own grief, failed to recognize how deeply their son blamed himself, or how desperately he needed reassurance that Georgie's death was not his fault. The emotional abandonment drove Bill further into isolation, but also planted seeds of determination. Somewhere in his traumatized 11-year-old mind, a conviction formed that his brother had been murdered rather than accidentally killed, and that the murderer remained at large in Derry, waiting for more victims. Throughout that fall and winter, other children began disappearing or dying in Derry. The incidents seemed unrelated, drownings attributed to accidents, vanishings explained by runaways, deaths blamed on misfortune rather than pattern. But for those willing to look, connections emerged between tragedies that official reports kept carefully separate. The school year that began in September 1957 proceeded under a shadow that most adults refused to acknowledge, but that children felt with increasing intensity. Something was hunting in Derry, and the young recognised this truth even as their parents insisted on normalcy. Bill Denbrough's obsession with his brother's death isolated him further from classmates who found his intensity uncomfortable. He spent hours at the library researching storm drain systems, trying to understand how an animal could have accessed the location where Georgie died. The research revealed inconsistencies in the official explanation. The drain where his brother had been attacked should not have provided access for any creature large enough to sever a child's arm. The grating spacing was too narrow, the drop too steep, the configuration wrong. Bill's conviction that something other than an ordinary animal had killed Georgie strengthened with each discrepancy he uncovered. The last day of school before summer vacation, in June 1958, marks the beginning of what would later be called the Losers Club, though the name would not be coined until weeks later. Ben Hanscom, fleeing from Henry Bowers and his gang after suffering particularly vicious harassment, ran desperately toward the area known as the Barrens. The Barrens represented a wild zone within Derry's boundaries, a marshy wasteland where the Kenduskeag stream meandered through undergrowth and garbage that the town periodically dumped there. Children used the Barrens as playground despite parental warnings, drawn by its wildness and the freedom it offered from adult supervision. Ben crashed through bushes and stumbled down the embankment, his weight making the descent ungainly and painful. He landed badly, scraping his hands and knees, but the sound of Henry Bowers shouting behind him drove him forward despite the injuries. Ben splashed through shallow water, his breath coming in gasps that had as much to do with fear as exertion. He rounded a bend in the stream and nearly collided with two boys who were crouched near the water's edge, apparently engaged in building some kind of dam from stones and mud. The two boys looked up at Ben's noisy arrival. One was Eddie Kasbrak, whose small size and neat appearance contrasted with the muddy work he had been doing. The other was Bill Denbrough, whose face showed both curiosity and the wariness of someone who had learned not to trust easily. Ben started to apologize for interrupting them, but the sound of Henry Bowers crashing through the undergrowth cut him off. Bill made a quick decision, gesturing for Ben to hide behind a large piece of driftwood, while he and Eddie continued their work, appearing casual and undisturbed. Henry emerged from the bushes moments later, breathing hard and scanning the area. Bill looked up with studied innocence, greeting Henry with a politeness that barely masked contempt. Eddie remained focused on the dam, hands working steadily, refusing to show the fear that made his heart race. Henry demanded to know if they'd seen a fat kid running through, describing Ben with language that made clear his intentions if he caught up to his victim. Bill claimed to have seen someone run past heading downstream, pointing in the wrong direction. His stutter, usually a source of frustration, actually made the lie more convincing, suggesting nervousness at talking to someone like Henry rather than conscious deception. Henry accepted the misdirection and continued his pursuit in the wrong direction. Ben remained hidden until the sounds of Henry's passage faded, then emerged shakily to thank his unexpected protectors. The three boys made introductions, initial awkwardness giving way to tentative conversation. Bill explained their dam building project, which aimed to divert part of the stream into a side channel they were excavating. Eddie described the engineering challenges they faced, his technical knowledge surprising given his small stature and generally nervous demeanour. Ben, still catching his breath, found himself offering suggestions based on principles he had read about in library books on architecture and water flow. The conversation revealed shared interests and compatible personalities. Bill appreciated Ben's knowledge and lack of condescension, despite clearly being smart. Eddie found Ben's quiet competence reassuring, different from the aggressive masculinity that usually dominated male interactions. Ben, starved for friendship, felt genuine connection for the first time in years. By the time the summer afternoon waned and they needed to return home, an alliance had formed that felt significant despite its newness. Richie Tozier entered the group through his friendship with Bill, established during the previous school year through shared classes and a mutual appreciation for monster movies. Richie's introduction to the Barrens crew came the following day when Bill invited him to see the Dam Project. Richie arrived performing his usual routine, voices and jokes flowing in constant stream that initially annoyed Ben and Eddie. But Richie's genuine enthusiasm for the dam work and his willingness to get muddy alongside them won gradual acceptance. His humour, once recognised as defence rather than mockery, became part of the group's dynamic rather than irritant to be endured. Stan Uris joined through a separate chain of connection. Bill knew Stan from temple events that Bill's family occasionally attended, maintaining social relationships with Derry's small Jewish community, despite not being Jewish themselves. Stan's initial reluctance to engage with the Barron's project stemmed from his preference for order over chaos and his general skepticism toward anything that seemed frivolous. However, Bill's persistence and Stan's own isolation eventually overcame his resistance. Stan visited the Barrons intending to stay briefly, but found himself drawn into the work, his logical mind identifying structural improvements that made the dam more effective. Stan's integration into the group proceeded slowly, his careful nature requiring time to assess whether these relationships offered genuine connection or would prove disappointing like so many previous attempts at friendship. He tested the others through small challenges, watching how they responded to disagreement or criticism. Bill's leadership proved secure enough to accept Stan's input without feeling threatened. Richie's jokes, while sometimes annoying, contained no real malice. Eddie's nervousness made him seem vulnerable rather than weak. Ben's intelligence was genuine rather than performative. These observations accumulated into trust that Stan granted rarely but completely. Beverly Marsh's entry into what was becoming a close-knit group occurred through a chance encounter that felt less random than destined. Beverly had been walking through town one afternoon in early July, trying to stay away from home as long as possible to avoid her father's temper. She passed through an area where the Bowers gang frequently congregated, hoping to go unnoticed, but knowing her appearance would attract attention. Henry and his friends began following her, their comments escalating from catcalls to threats. Beverly walked faster, then ran, instinct driving her toward the one place in Derry where she had sometimes felt safe, the Barrons. She crashed into the clearing where the group was working on their dam, gasping for breath and clearly frightened. The boys looked up in surprise at the intrusion of a girl into their male space, but Beverly's fear overcame any initial awkwardness. She quickly explained that Henry Bowers was pursuing her, and the group reacted without debate. They positioned themselves between Beverly and the direction she had come from, a wall of protection that was more symbolic than practical, given their individual weakness compared to Henry's gang. When Henry arrived minutes or later and demanded Beverly, Bill stepped forward and refused, his stutter somehow not diminishing his authority. The confrontation might have turned violent, except for Beverly's action. She picked up a rock from the stream bed and threw it with the accuracy and force of a practiced pitcher. The stone struck Henry squarely in the forehead, opening a cut that bled impressively. The shock of being injured by a girl, combined with the presence of multiple witnesses, caused Henry to retreat with threats rather than immediate retaliation. Beverly stood breathing hard, her throwing arms still cocked, ready to launch another rock if needed. The boys stared at her with a mixture of awe and newfound respect. Beverly's inclusion in the group proceeded naturally after that demonstration of courage and competence. She returned to the Barrons the next day, then the day after, until her presence felt as essential as any of the boys. Her perspective added dimensions previously missing from their interactions. She challenged assumptions about what girls could or should do, participating in all activities without claiming special treatment. Her toughness, earned through years of navigating her father's violence, manifested in ways that impressed the others without intimidating them. Mike Hanlon became the seventh and final member of what they began calling the Losers Club, a name Richie coined ironically that the group embraced sincerely. Mike's integration occurred later than the others, in part because his farm's distance from town limited his interactions with kids his age. The group first became aware of Mike when they witnessed Henry Bowers and his gang attacking him near the Barrons. The assault was vicious, motivated by racism that Henry's father had cultivated deliberately, and the Losers Club intervened despite being outnumbered and outmatched. The rock fight that ensued became legendary in their personal mythology. Beverly's throwing accuracy proved devastating to the Bowers gang's advance. Bill's leadership kept the losers organized rather than panicking. Ben's surprising strength when defending others showed physical power hidden beneath his weight. Richie's ability to distract and unsettle through constant commentary disrupted the gang's coordination. Eddie overcame his fear to throw rocks with surprising effectiveness. Stan's precision made each of his throws count despite his relative lack of power. Together, they drove off attackers who individually could have defeated any of them. Mike, bloodied but unbowed, expressed gratitude that felt inadequate to the rescue's significance. The losers invited him to join their group without formal discussion, the invitation implicit in their willingness to fight for him. Mike's acceptance was similarly wordless, his return to the Barrens the following day communicating more than any verbal commitment. His presence completed something that the group had not realized was incomplete, creating a unit that felt cosmically balanced rather than arbitrarily assembled. The dynamics within the 7-member group developed quickly once all were present. Bill emerged as natural leader, his determination and moral clarity giving him authority despite his stutter. Ben served as the group's brain, his knowledge and analytical abilities solving problems the others could not. Beverly provided perspective and toughness that challenged traditional gender roles. Richie functioned as emotional regulator, his humor diffusing tension and maintaining morale. Eddie's courage, despite fear, inspired others to move beyond their own limitations. Stan's logic grounded the group when imagination threatened to overwhelm reality. Mike's outsider perspective helped them see patterns that those embedded in Derry's culture missed. They spent that summer of 1958 in near-constant companionship, building elaborate structures in the Barrens, swimming in the quarry, exploring Derry's hidden spaces. The freedom of those long days felt both precious and precarious, childhood stretching toward inevitable end, but not quite ready to release them. They created private languages and inside jokes, established rituals and traditions, forged bonds that felt stronger than family connections. The Losers Club became their real home, the place where they could be themselves without judgment or fear. Yet beneath the summer's apparent innocence, each of them was experiencing encounters they could not easily explain or dismiss. Strange sightings at the edges of vision, voices calling from empty spaces, moments when reality seemed to shimmer and threaten to reveal something underneath. They had not yet shared these experiences with each other, each believing their encounters were unique hallucinations or imagination run wild. The recognition that they were all being haunted by the same presence would come soon, forcing them to confront truths that Derry's adults had spent generations avoiding. For now, they enjoyed their friendship and tried not to think too deeply about the shadows that seemed to watch them play. The encounters began individually, each loser experiencing something impossible that they kept private out of fear that speaking about it would confirm their madness. These manifestations occurred throughout July and into August, it targeting each child with precision that suggested intimate knowledge of their deepest fears. The entity was hunting but also testing, assessing these 7 who had formed an alliance that suggested strength beyond what their individual weaknesses implied. Each encounter was designed to isolate, to terrify, to break the victim psychologically before physical predation became necessary. Ben's confrontation occurred on a sweltering afternoon when he sought relief from the heat by walking along the canal, a section of the Kenduskeag that had been partially channeled through concrete decades earlier. The canal typically flowed swift and deep, but an unusual cold snap earlier in the week had frozen its surface despite the summer season, creating a sheet of ice that made no meteorological sense. Ben walked along the bank, drawn by the wrongness of frozen water in July, his rational mind struggling to explain the anomaly through natural causes. Movement beneath the ice caught his attention. Ben crouched at the edge, peering through the clouded surface, trying to identify what he had seen. A face appeared directly below him, pressed against the ice from underneath, features distorted by the frozen barrier. The face was wrapped in dirty bandages that left only eyes and mouth visible, the fabric ancient and stained. As Ben watched in frozen horror, hands began punching through the ice, fingers wrapped in the same rotting bandages, reaching upward with desperate grasping motions. The figure pulled itself partially through the broken ice, torso emerging as water and ice fragments scattered across the canal's surface. The mummy, for clearly this was what Ben's mind labelled the impossible creature, turned its bandaged face toward him and spoke his name. The voice was muffled by the wrappings, but clear enough to be understood, asking Ben if he would like to see what was under the bandages, promising something wonderful and terrible beneath the ancient cloth. Ben ran, his weight for once an advantage, as momentum carried him away from the canal, faster than his usual pace allowed. Beverly's encounter came in her own bathroom, a space that should have represented privacy and safety, but that transformed into a theatre of horror during an ordinary evening. She had been washing her hair in the sink, eyes closed against soap, when she heard her father's voice calling from somewhere in the apartment. Beverly froze, listening, but the voice did not repeat. She rinsed quickly and opened her eyes to find the sink drain backing up. Dark water rising from the pipes with unnatural speed. The water was wrong in colour and consistency, too dark and too thick. Beverly tried the faucet to clear the drain, but turning the handle only increased the flow of the strange liquid. The sink overflowed, the dark substance spilling onto the floor, and Beverly realised with dawning horror that it was blood. The metallic smell filled the small bathroom as blood continued flowing from the sink in impossible volumes, far more than the apartment's plumbing could possibly contain. The walls began to drip with it, streaks running down the tile like tears. Beverly screamed, but no one came. Her father was in the living room, close enough to hear, yet he did not respond. She tried the door and found it would not open, the handle turning uselessly without engaging the mechanism. The blood was ankle-deep now, warm and viscous, soaking through her socks. Beverly pressed herself against the door, watching the level rise, wondering how long before it reached her mouth, her nose, before she drowned in blood that had no source and no reason for being. Then, suddenly the flow stopped. The blood vanished as if it had never been, and the door opened easily when Beverly tried the handle again with shaking hands. Eddie's confrontation with it occurred on Neibolt Street, where an abandoned house attracted children despite, or because of its reputation, for being haunted. Eddie had been cutting through the area as a shortcut home, his rational mind dismissing the stories about the house as childish superstition. He was passing the sagging porch when a figure appeared in the doorway, emerging from the shadows with movements that seemed wrong, too fluid and too disjointed simultaneously. The leper smiled at Eddie with a mouth that was mostly gum disease and missing teeth. The figure's face was diseased beyond anything Eddie had seen in his mother's medical books, flesh rotting visibly, bones showing through gaps in the skin. The creature wore clothes that might once have been respectable, but now hung in tatters on its wasted frame. It called to Eddie in a voice that alternated between wheedling and threatening, asking if the boy wanted to blow him, an invitation whose sexual connotation Eddie did not fully understand, but that terrified him nonetheless. The leper advanced down the porch steps, moving toward Eddie with speed that seemed impossible for something so decayed. It spoke Eddie's fears aloud, describing the diseases he might catch from touching doorknobs or breathing other people's air, confirming the anxieties his mother had cultivated so carefully. The creature offered to kiss Eddie, to share its infections, to make the boy as diseased as itself. Eddie fumbled for his inhaler with shaking hands, using it desperately as if the medication might protect him from something that could not be real. The deep breath somehow gave him strength to run, sprinting away from Neibolt Street faster than his supposedly weak lungs should have allowed. Stan's encounter manifested through a painting in his father's study, a conventional artwork depicting children at play that Stan had seen hundreds of times without noticing anything unusual. But on an evening when Stan was doing homework at his father's desk, the painting's figures began to move. The children in the image, previously static and cheerful, transformed into drowned corpses. Their faces bloated and decayed, water streaming from mouths and noses, empty eye sockets weeping fluid. They reached towards Stan from within the frame, hands extending impossibly far, fingers dripping with pond water and algae. The children in the painting called Stan's name, inviting him to join them in the water, promising it was not as cold as he feared. Their voices sounded like bubbling, words distorted by fluid-filled lungs and ruined throats. Stan watched in paralyzed horror as the figures pressed against what should have been a flat surface, the canvas bulging as if the painting was a window rather than an image. One hand broke through entirely, icy and dead pale, reaching for Stan's face. He jerked backward, knocking over his chair, and ran from the study without looking back to see if the hand followed. Richie's confrontation came at the movies, where he had gone alone to see a science fiction film that promised aliens and ray guns. The theatre was nearly empty on a weekday afternoon, just Richie and a handful of other patrons scattered among the seats. During a scene that should have been exciting rather than frightening, the film's images changed. The screen showed not aliens but a werewolf, massive and slavering, moving through streets that Richie recognized as Derry. The creature turned to face the camera, to face him specifically, and spoke in a voice that penetrated the theatre's speakers with unnatural clarity. The werewolf knew Richie's name, knew his fears, knew the jokes he used to hide his terror of being seen as weak or foolish. It promised to tear out Richie's tongue so he could never speak again, to blind him so he could never hide behind his thick glasses. The threats were specific and personal, demonstrating knowledge that no movie werewolf should possess. Richie removed his glasses to clean them, a nervous habit, and when he replaced them, the screen showed only the regular film. But later, walking home, he passed a statue in the park, an oversized Paul Bunyan figure that was a local landmark. The statue turned its head to watch Richie pass, its wooden features creaking, its painted eyes following his movement with unmistakable awareness and malice. Mike's encounter drew from his deepest trauma, his father's stories about the Black Spot fire, combining with his own fears into a manifestation that felt both historical and immediate. He was working in the family barn when smoke began seeping between the floorboards, thin wisps at first that quickly thickened into choking clouds. Mike tried to run but found the barn door would not open despite not being locked. Through the smoke he saw his parents, saw them burning alive as his father had described the Black Spot victims burning, their clothes and hair and skin consumed by flames that seemed to come from within rather than without. His parents reached toward him, calling his name, begging him to help them, even as they were consumed. Behind them, visible through the smoke and flames, a massive bird shape materialized, the same impossible creature his father had described seeing that terrible night. The bird's wings bore balloons in festive colours that seemed to mock the horror of the scene. Mike pressed himself against the barn door, screaming for help that would not come, until suddenly the smoke cleared and his parents stood unhurt, asking what was wrong, having heard his cries from the house. The barn showed no signs of fire, no scorch marks or smoke damage, only Mike's terror suggesting anything had occurred. Bill's encounter was inevitable, given his obsession with his brother's death. Georgie appeared to him in the basement of the Denbrough home, where Bill had been searching through boxes of his brother's belongings that his parents had packed away in grief. Bill heard Georgie's voice calling from the shadows, sounding exactly as it had in life, cheerful and innocent, and asking Bill to come play. Bill turned to see his brother standing near the furnace, wearing the yellow raincoat he had died in, the severed arm ending in ragged flesh and exposed bone. Georgie spoke about missing Bill, about being lonely where he was, about wanting his brother to join him so they could be together again. The figure moved closer, the yellow raincoat rustling with each step, and Bill saw that what he had thought was his brother wore Georgie's face like a mask. Beneath the illusion, something else existed, something that smiled with too many teeth and watched Bill with eyes that held no brotherly affection. The Georgie thing promised that Bill would join him soon, that all the losers would come to the place where he waited. It spoke about the sewers and the darkness and the delicious taste of fear properly aged through suffering. Bill stood frozen as the figure advanced, unable to reconcile what his eyes saw with what his heart knew was true. His brother was dead, buried in the cemetery. This thing was not Georgie, but something wearing his form. Yet the illusion was perfect in every detail, from the way Georgie tilted his head when asking questions to the small scar above his left eyebrow from a fall 2 years ago. The cognitive dissonance paralysed Bill until the Georgie thing reached for him with its one remaining hand, fingers cold and impossibly long. Then instinct broke through shock and Bill ran, fleeing the basement and his dead brother's mockery, gasping as he emerged into the kitchen where his parents sat reading, oblivious to the horror that had occurred literally beneath their feet. These 7 encounters, occurring over weeks and kept secret by each victim, represented its assessment of the losers as individual prey. The entity was learning what frightened each child most deeply, cataloguing their fears for future use. But it was also underestimating them, failing to recognize that the very differences that made each loser vulnerable as an individual might create strength when they united. The group's diversity of fears, backgrounds, and perspectives represented not a weakness to be exploited, but a multifaceted resistance that no single approach could overcome. The sharing of these experiences happened gradually, none of them wanting to be first to admit seeing impossible things. It was Beverly who finally broke the silence during an afternoon at the quarry, describing her bathroom experience in halting words that expected mockery or disbelief. Instead, she found recognition in the faces around her. One by one, the others confessed their own encounters, details spilling out in relief at finally being able to speak about experiences that had felt like private insanity. The recognition that they had all been haunted, all seen, it wearing different faces transformed their understanding of what they faced. This was not imagination or coincidence, but systematic predation by something that could take any form, exploit any fear, appear anywhere in Derry without restriction. The realization was terrifying, but also galvanizing. They were not alone in their terror, and perhaps together they might accomplish what individually seemed impossible. As summer drew toward its end, and their encounters increased in frequency and intensity, the Losers Club began preparing for a confrontation they sensed approaching with the inevitability of a storm they could see building on the horizon. Mike Hanlon's research into Derry's history provided the framework the losers needed to understand what they faced. His father's journals and the town's archival records, when examined with willingness to see patterns others ignored, revealed cycles of violence stretching back centuries. Every 27 years or so, tragedy struck Derry with unusual frequency and horror. Children disappeared, died in improbable accidents, or were murdered under circumstances that defied explanation. Then the incidents would cease as mysteriously as they began, and the town would forget with collective amnesia that seemed almost supernatural in its thoroughness. The realization that they were facing something ancient rather than merely dangerous changed the nature of their preparations. This was not a criminal who could be reported to authorities or an animal that could be trapped and destroyed. It was an entity that had hunted in Derry for longer than the town had existed, that possessed powers beyond human capability, that fed on fear itself as much as flesh. The losers' youth, which should have made them helpless against such a being, might actually provide advantage. They could still believe in impossibilities, could still marshal imagination as weapon rather than weakness. Ben's research into the town's infrastructure revealed the likely location of its lair. The well house on Neibolt Street, abandoned for decades and reportedly haunted, sat above what historical records suggested was the oldest section of Derry's sewer system. Even earlier maps showed the site had been significant to indigenous peoples, marked with symbols that might indicate sacred ground or places to avoid. The convergence of Derry's storm drains and the natural underground water channels occurred somewhere beneath the well house, creating a network of passages that extended under much of the town. The group debated whether to tell adults about what they had discovered. Bill argued that parents and authorities would dismiss them as hysterical children with overactive imaginations. Even if believed, adult involvement might make things worse rather than better. Something about its nature suggested it targeted those who could see it, who believed in its existence. Adults in Derry seemed constitutionally incapable of such belief, their rational minds rejecting evidence their eyes reported. The loser's ability to perceive it clearly, to remember encounters that adults would immediately forget, might represent their only real advantage. Preparation for confronting. It involved both practical and psychological components. Beverly's slingshot became central to their planning after Ben suggested that Silver might harm the creature. The idea came from monster movies and folklore, sources that adult skeptics would dismiss, but that the losers trusted with the peculiar certainty of children who still believe stories contain truth. Ben melted down a silver dollar his father had given him before dying in the war, using his mother's kitchen while she worked late, pouring the molten metal into a mold he had carved to create a sphere roughly the size of a ball bearing. The silver slug, cooled and polished, represented their faith made physical. Whether it possessed actual power against it or whether belief itself provided the power remained unclear and ultimately irrelevant. The losers believed the silver would work, and in the metaphysical realm where their battle would truly be fought, belief trumped objective reality. Beverly practiced with the slug obsessively, her natural accuracy refined through hundreds of shots until she could hit targets at distances that seemed impossible for a child using such a primitive weapon. Stan researched what he could find about rituals used to combat supernatural entities, drawing from his father's religious texts and whatever library books addressed the subject, without being too explicitly magical for a public library to stock. He discovered references to something called the Ritual of Chud, a Native American ceremony involving psychic confrontation and battle of wills. The descriptions were fragmentary and possibly unreliable, but certain elements appeared consistently across sources. Opponents engaged in mental combat, biting down on each other's tongues, literally or metaphorically, telling jokes or stories until one party laughed and lost. The concept seemed absurd when Stan first described it, Richie making inevitable jokes about whose tongue they would bite. But as they discussed it further, the underlying principle made sense. It fed on fear and operated largely through psychological manipulation. A battle fought in the realm of imagination and will, rather than through physical force, might be the only way to truly harm something that could assume any physical form and that regenerated from injuries that would kill normal creatures. Bill committed to attempting the ritual if they encountered it in circumstances where such confrontation was possible, though none of them fully understood what success or failure might look like. The journey to the well house occurred on a morning in late August, chosen because Henry Bowers and his gang were occupied elsewhere, and because waiting any longer felt impossible. The losers met at their usual spot in the Barrens, each carrying whatever they thought might be useful in a fight against a supernatural predator. Beverly had her slingshot and the silver slug. Bill carried a flashlight and rope. Ben brought more silver slugs he had cast as backup. Eddie packed his inhaler, despite growing suspicion that it contained no real medicine. Richie wore his glasses and brought nothing else, claiming his sparkling personality would be weapon enough. Stan carried a bird guidebook, his security object that represented order in a situation where logic failed. Mike brought his father's photo album from the Black Spot Fire, physical evidence that monsters were real. They approached the well house with appropriate wariness, the structure looking even more decrepit and wrong in morning sunlight than it did in darkness. The building leaned at an angle that suggested imminent collapse. Boards covering windows were rotted and loose, and the door hung crooked on broken hinges. The smell emanating from within was wrong. Not quite sewage, but organic decay mixed with something sweet and rotten that made their stomachs churn. They entered single file, Bill leading because leadership demanded going first into danger, the others following because friendship meant not letting Bill face horror alone. Inside, the well house was darker than daylight outside could explain. Bill's flashlight created a circle of illumination that seemed to push against surrounding shadows rather than simply revealing what was hidden. The floor was littered with debris, broken bottles, and used needles, suggesting the place served as occasional shelter for Derry's most desperate residents. In the centre of the single large room, a circular stone well shaft dropped into blackness. Bill approached carefully, shining his light down into depths that seemed to extend impossibly far, far deeper than basements in Derry typically went. The walls of the well shaft were slick with moisture, and something else, a phosphorescent substance that glowed faintly orange. As they watched, the glow intensified, pulsing with rhythm that suggested breathing. Then they heard it, voices calling from below in tones that mixed invitation and threat. Each loser heard different voices. Bill heard Georgie begging him to come down and play. Beverly heard her father's voice, promising punishment she deserved. Eddie heard his mother calling that he needed his medicine. Ben heard Henry Bowers threatening violence. Richie heard laughter mocking his jokes. Stan heard drowning children inviting him into water. Mike heard screams from the Black Spot Fire. The cacophony should have driven them apart, each responding to their individual terror. Instead, they moved closer together, forming a rough circle around the well shaft. Whatever called from below was trying to separate them, to isolate individuals who could be picked off one by one. The losers recognized this strategy and refused to cooperate. They held hands, childish gesture that felt appropriate and powerful, creating physical connection that reinforced their unity. The voices below changed, became angry rather than seductive, began threatening rather than inviting. Movement in the well shaft drew their attention back to the depths. Something was climbing toward them, massive shape, ascending with speed that defied the shaft's apparent depth. They saw it emerge into the flashlight's beam, a form that their minds struggled to process coherently. It appeared as Pennywise, the dancing clown, but proportions were wrong. The body too large for the well shaft, yet somehow fitting. The limbs too long and bending at joints that should not exist. The face smiled with the infinite teeth of a predator, and the eyes glowed orange with light that seemed to pull at their consciousness, inviting them to look deeper, to fall into the deadlights, and never return. Bill reacted without conscious thought, falling forward toward the well in motion that should have sent him plunging into the shaft. Instead, he found himself mentally, rather than physically falling, his consciousness pulled into a space that was not the well house, or even Derry, but somewhere else entirely. He was in the macroverse, the void beyond physical reality, falling through darkness toward orange lights that writhed and hungered. A voice spoke in his mind, ancient and weary, suggesting rather than commanding that he thrust his fists against the posts and still insist he see the ghosts. Words his father had taught him as exercise for managing his stutter. Bill began repeating the phrase, using his father's voice in his mind, because his own stuttering voice lacked the authority he needed. The words became rhythm, became cadence, became weapon that he wielded against the entity that tried to consume him. He felt rather than saw something enormous and turtle-shaped moving in the void near him. a presence that was not hostile, but merely observing, offering silent encouragement, but no direct aid. The message was clear. Bill must save himself, must fight using tools already possessed, must believe absolutely in his ability to resist. In the physical world, Beverly acted while Bill stood frozen and apparently catatonic. She loaded the silver slug into her slingshot, drew back with all her strength, and released. The shot was perfect, years of practice and natural talent combining with belief that transformed metal into something more than mere matter. The silver struck it squarely in the forehead, where the creature's true form showed briefly beneath the clown disguise. There was a scream that was not quite sound, a noise that bypassed ears to register directly in their minds, and it fell backward into the well shaft, orange blood spraying from the wound. The losers surged forward to the shaft's edge, looking down to see it writhing far below, injured but clearly not destroyed. The entity looked up at them, its face shifting between Pennywise and something spider-like, with too many legs and dripping mandibles. It spoke promises of revenge, threats that they would be hunted and found, that it would feed on them eventually. Then it retreated further into the darkness, the orange glow fading as the creature withdrew into deep places to heal from wounds that might have been fatal to normal beings, but were merely painful to something billions of years old. Bill gasped and returned to full consciousness, staggering away from the well shaft with the other's hand supporting him. He described what he had experienced, the fall into the macroverse, and the turtle presence that had offered guidance. The others listened with a mixture of awe and terror, recognizing that they had truly faced something beyond human comprehension, and impossibly survived the encounter. They had injured it, driven it back, proven that united they possessed power the entity had not anticipated. The retreat from the well house occurred in silence, each loser processing what they had experienced and what it meant. They emerged into daylight that seemed almost painfully bright after the darkness below, the normal world reasserting itself around them with jarring intensity. Behind them, the well house appeared merely abandoned rather than actively malevolent, though none of them would ever again walk past it without feeling the pull of what waited in its depths. They had won a battle but not the war, injured their enemy but not killed it. Whether it would return during their lifetimes remained uncertain, but the possibility hung over them like a shadow they could not escape through simple victory. The days following their confrontation in the well house brought both relief and lingering unease. The disappearances that had plagued Derry throughout the summer stopped abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. Parents who had kept children close began allowing normal freedoms again. The town collectively relaxed, though as always without acknowledging what they were relaxing from. The losers met daily at their usual spots, ostensibly to enjoy the remaining weeks of summer vacation, but actually to process what they had experienced and to watch for signs that it might return before healing fully. Beverly was the first to suggest that their victory might be temporary. She had been experiencing dreams since the well house encounter, vivid nightmares that felt more like visions than ordinary sleeping fantasies. In these dreams she saw the 7 of them as adults, older and changed by decades of living, returning to Derry in response to some call they could not ignore. The dreams showed them facing it again, suggested that their childhood victory had merely wounded rather than killed, that the entity would eventually recover and resume hunting. She described these visions hesitantly, uncertain whether they represented genuine premonition or simply her own fears given dream form. The others listened with varying degrees of belief, but none dismissed her concerns outright. They had all been changed by the summer's events, transformed from children who accepted adult explanations for everything into individuals who understood that reality was stranger and more dangerous than authorities admitted. If Beverly said she could see the future, they were inclined to believe her, or at least to take seriously the possibility that she might be right. The question became what they should do with this knowledge. whether there was any preparation they could make for a confrontation that might occur decades in the future. Bill proposed the blood oath during a late August afternoon at the quarry. They had been swimming, enjoying the cold water and temporary escape from summer heat, when conversation turned once more to Beverly's visions and what they might mean. Bill climbed out of the water and sat on the rocks, his expression showing the intensity that characterized him when working through problems that mattered. He described his understanding of the situation with characteristic directness. It was not dead, merely sleeping and healing. When the entity recovered, it would hunt again, would kill again, would terrorize Derry through another cycle unless someone stopped it permanently. The responsibility to stop it fell to them, Bill argued, because they were the only ones who truly understood what they faced. Other children might encounter the entity during future cycles, but those children would start from scratch, learning hard lessons the losers had already absorbed. The knowledge they carried about its nature and vulnerabilities could save lives if they returned to use that knowledge, but they needed to ensure they actually would return, to create a binding commitment that would survive the decades of normal life, that would intervene between their childhood encounter and their adult confrontation. A blood oath, Bill suggested, represented the most serious promise children could make. By mixing their blood and swearing to return if it awakened again, they would create a bond that transcended ordinary friendship. The ritual aspect mattered. The physical act of cutting and bleeding and joining, creating memories that would persist, even if other details faded. They would need someone to remain in Derry, to watch for signs of its return, and to summon the others when the time came. Mike volunteered immediately, his family's farm, and his sense of duty making him the natural choice for guardian role. The others agreed to the oath with varying speeds of acceptance. Beverly supported the idea immediately, seeing it as response to her visions. Ben agreed because Bill proposed it, and because protecting Beverly from future danger justified any promise. Richie treated the proposal as joke initially, but his agreement came quickly when he realized the others were serious. Eddie worried about infection from shared blood, but agreed when Stan pointed out that supernatural threats justified some physical risks. Stan himself hesitated longest, his logical mind resistant to ritual that seemed more superstitious than rational, but ultimately he too accepted that some promises required symbolic reinforcement. The actual ceremony occurred as the sun set on an evening near summer's end. They gathered in the barrens at a spot they considered special, where the stream formed a small pool and where they had spent countless hours building dams and telling stories. The isolation ensured privacy, and the location itself held meaning that would help preserve the memory of what they were about to do. Bill had brought a pocket knife, borrowed from his father's toolbox, the blade cleaned carefully but still showing signs of long use. They arranged themselves in a circle, standing close enough that their shoulders touched, creating unity through proximity. Bill explained the procedure he had devised, drawing from half-remembered movies and books about blood brotherhood. Each person would cut their left palm, not deep but enough to draw significant blood. They would then join hands, left hand to the person on their right, creating a circle where all their blood would mix. While holding hands, they would speak the words of their promise aloud, making their commitment vocal as well as physical. Bill went first, drawing the knife across his palm with a quick motion that minimized pain through speed. Blood welled immediately, more than he had anticipated, dripping onto the ground and his shoes. He passed the knife to Beverly, who cut her own palm without hesitation, her face showing determination rather than fear. Around the circle the knife travelled, each loser cutting themselves with varying degrees of courage and squeamishness. Eddie required encouragement and closed his eyes during the cut. Richie made a joke about blood brothers that fell flat in the ceremony's solemnity. Stan's cut was the most precise, his natural carefulness extending even to self-injury. When all had cut themselves, they joined hands as Bill had instructed, The sensation of blood mixing was warm and slightly sticky, uncomfortable, but also intimate in ways that made them all acutely aware of their connection to each other. Bill began the oath, his stutter absent as it sometimes was during moments of extreme seriousness or emotion. He spoke of their promise to return if it awakened, their commitment to finish what they had started, their acceptance of responsibility for protecting Derry from evil that others could not or would not acknowledge. Each loser repeated the words in turn, voices overlapping and reinforcing each other. They added their own variations, personal commitments that extended the basic oath. Beverly promised to remember, no matter how far away she went or how different her life became. Ben swore to maintain physical strength and courage to match his intellectual capabilities. Richie committed to setting aside humor when seriousness was required. Eddie vowed to overcome the false weakness his mother had cultivated. Stan promised to believe in things he could not explain or understand. Mike accepted his role as watcher and promised to call them when the time came. The oath complete, they stood in silence for several minutes, still holding hands, blood still flowing where they gripped each other. The moment felt simultaneously childish and profound, a game of pretend that was also deadly serious, a ritual whose power came entirely from their belief, but whose effects might prove real nonetheless. Finally, Bill released his grip, and the others followed suit, stepping back and examining their bleeding palms with expressions mixing pride and uncertainty. They cleaned their wounds in the stream, the cold water stinging but also refreshing, washing away blood while leaving the cuts themselves as reminders of what they had promised. The cuts would heal in days, leaving small scars that most of them would carry into adulthood, physical marks of the covenant they had made. They wrapped their hands in cloth torn from old t-shirts, makeshift bandages that would do until they reached home, and could apply proper first aid without explaining to parents how they had all injured themselves identically. The walk back through the barrens toward their separate homes proceeded with little conversation. What was there to say after making such a promise? They had bound themselves to each other and to a future confrontation whose details remained unknown. The oath had transformed them from children playing at heroism into individuals committed to genuine sacrifice if circumstances required. The weight of this transformation was evident in their silence, in the way they walked slower than usual, reluctant to reach the point where they would separate and return to normal lives. At the edge of the barrens where paths diverged toward different neighborhoods, they paused for final words. No one wanted to acknowledge this might be the last time they were all together, but the thought hung unspoken in the air between them. School would start in days. They would see each other in classes and hallways, but the intensive daily contact of summer would end. More significantly, childhood itself was ending, their shared experience having accelerated maturation beyond what their ages suggested. They had faced death and seen behind reality's comfortable illusions, knowledge that separated them permanently from innocence. Bill spoke for all of them, expressing hope that it was truly gone, that they would never need to fulfill the oath they had just made. But if the call came, he added, they would all return, and together they would finish what they had started. The others nodded, some more enthusiastically than others, but all in agreement with the essential commitment. Then, without ceremony or extended farewell, they went their separate ways into the gathering dusk, 7 children carrying adult burdens and ancient promises toward futures they could not foresee. The years passed with deceptive normalcy for the 7 who had faced it in the summer of 1958. High school came and went, bringing typical teenage concerns that seemed almost absurdly mundane compared to what they had experienced. College separated them geographically, scattering them across the country in pursuit of education and opportunity. Careers followed, along with relationships, marriages, and the accumulation of adult responsibilities that gradually crowded out memories of childhood. The forgetting did not happen all at once, but emerged slowly, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. colours fading until only vague impressions remained where once vivid images had existed. Bill Denbrough moved to England for graduate study in literature, then remained there to pursue writing. His first novel, published when he was 26, achieved modest success. The second became a bestseller, launching a career that would make him among the most commercially successful horror writers of his generation. Critics noted his particular gift for describing childhood fears and the monsters that haunted young minds, though Bill himself could not have explained where these vivid terrors originated. He married an actress named Audra Phillips, a woman whose beauty and talent masked deep insecurities that Bill felt compelled to protect her from. The marriage was generally happy, though marked by a distance Bill could never quite bridge, as if some part of himself remained locked away even from his wife. Bill's stutter persisted into adulthood, though years of therapy reduced it to manageable levels except during stress or fatigue. He wrote fluently, despite speaking haltingly, the written word flowing from his imagination in ways that speech never could. His novels often featured protagonists overcoming verbal impediments or learning to express themselves despite obstacles, themes that reviewers praised as metaphorical, but that Bill experienced as literally true in ways he could not articulate. He avoided visiting America's Northeast, particularly Maine, claiming the region's weather disagreed with him. The truth, which he did not consciously acknowledge, was that thoughts of returning to his home region produced anxiety whose source he could not identify. Beverly Marsh fled Derry immediately after high school graduation, escaping to Chicago with money saved from part-time work and determination to never return. She enrolled in design school, discovered natural talent for fashion, and built a successful career, creating clothing that combined elegance with subtle edge. Her designs attracted celebrity clients and magazine features, establishing her as rising star in Chicago's fashion scene. Marriage to Tom Rogan seemed initially to promise stability and partnership, but the relationship gradually revealed itself as recapitulation of her father's abuse. Tom's control manifested through psychological manipulation and eventual physical violence, patterns Beverly recognized too late. The forgetting that affected Beverly was particularly cruel. She could not remember why certain situations triggered panic, why certain types of men made her instinctively defensive, why bathroom sinks sometimes filled her with inexplicable dread. The survival skills she had developed during her abusive childhood and that summer fighting. It remained intact but without context, making her responses seem neurotic rather than adaptive. She stayed with Tom despite recognizing the relationship's toxicity, trapped by trauma she could not remember, and convinced her own inadequacy caused the problems. Her designs grew darker over the years, incorporating themes of imprisonment and escape that critics interpreted as artistic vision, but that actually represented psychological distress she could not otherwise express. Ben Hanscom transformed physically during his college years, losing the excess weight that had defined his childhood and discovering that his large frame carried muscle naturally when properly maintained. The shy fat kid became a confident man whose architectural designs combined technical brilliance with aesthetic sensitivity. His firm, based in Nebraska, specialized in large commercial projects that allowed Ben to shape skylines and urban spaces. He never married, claiming his work required focus that relationships would compromise. The truth, which Ben occasionally glimpsed during moments of unusual honesty, was that he had loved someone once with totality that made other relationships seem pale imitations. He could not remember who she was or what had happened, but the ghost of that love haunted him nonetheless. Ben's designs often incorporated unusual elements that clients noticed, but could not quite articulate. His buildings seemed welcoming in ways that transcended mere aesthetics, as if the structures themselves offered protection and comfort. Security features appeared in his work, with frequency unusual for commercial architecture, multiple exits and hidden passages that served no obvious purpose, but that made Ben feel the buildings were safer for their inclusion. He sketched compulsively in notebooks he filled with drawings of places he insisted he had never seen, underground chambers and tunnels that should have disturbed him, but instead felt familiar, like home viewed from perspective of exile. Richie Tozier channeled his compulsive need for noise and laughter into career as Los Angeles disc jockey, developing radio persona that combined insult comedy with musical knowledge. His show achieved strong ratings, making Richie minor celebrity in LA's entertainment scene. He performed voices and impressions constantly, on and off air, unable to stop the verbal flood even when circumstances suggested silence might be wiser. Marriage had been attempted twice, both times ending in divorce when partners realized Richie's performance never stopped, that the real person behind the jokes remained inaccessible even in intimate moments. The forgetting affected Richie through inability to understand why he performed so constantly, why silence terrified him more than any heckler or bad review. He experienced anxiety attacks in quiet spaces, needing sound and distraction to function. His closest friendships were shallow, despite spanning years, relationships built on shared activities rather than emotional honesty. Occasionally during particularly quiet moments, usually very late at night, after shows ended and before dawn brought new noise, Richie felt crushing loneliness that seemed connected to something lost rather than merely absent. He could not name what he mourned, but the grief felt real and profound. Eddie Kaspbrak remained in New York after college, building a successful limousine company that catered to business executives and celebrities. His organizational skills and obsessive attention to detail made the business profitable despite intense competition. He married a woman named Myra, who bore unsettling resemblance to his mother, both physically and in temperament. Myra monitored Eddie's health with the same anxious intensity Sonia had displayed, and Eddie accepted this monitoring with relief that should have disturbed him, but instead felt comfortingly familiar. He still carried an inhaler, though he rarely experienced actual asthma attacks, the object serving as psychological security rather than medical necessity. Eddie's adult life was characterized by management of imaginary dangers and neglect of real ones. He worried obsessively about germs and illness while ignoring the psychological prison his marriage had become. He avoided physical risks compulsively, never traveling to locations that seemed dangerous, never engaging in activities that might produce injury. Yet occasionally, Eddie experienced dreams where he fought impossible monsters with courage that seemed completely foreign to his waking personality. He would wake from these dreams with heart pounding and strange certainty that he was braver than his daily life suggested, though evidence for such bravery existed nowhere in his adult experience. Stanley Uris built career as accountant, his natural affinity for order and logic making him successful in Atlanta's competitive business environment. He married a woman named Patricia who appreciated Stan's stability and precision, qualities she found reassuring after previous relationships with more volatile men. Their marriage was genuinely happy, marked by mutual respect and compatible personalities. Stan's life appeared successful by conventional measures, financially secure and emotionally stable, the kind of outcome that validated middle-class American dreams of advancement through education and hard work. Yet beneath this surface success, Stan struggled with anxiety that resisted rational management. He experienced recurring nightmares about drowning, about water that wouldn't stop rising, about children's faces bloated and decayed beneath murky surfaces. The dreams seemed to reference some trauma he could not remember, events his conscious mind insisted had never occurred. Stan coped through ever-increasing control of his environment, maintaining perfect order in his home and office, keeping schedules with obsessive precision, surrounding himself with predictability that might somehow protect against chaos he could not name but deeply feared, Mike Hanlon remained in Derry, the only one of the 7 who stayed. After completing education at the University of Maine, he returned to work the family farm for several years before accepting position as Derry's head librarian, role that suited his interests and allowed him to continue researching the town's history. The choice to stay was conscious and deliberate, motivated by the sense that someone needed to watch, to remember, to be ready if it returned. Yet even Mike's memories faded with time, the specific details of that summer of 1958 becoming vague and dreamlike, easier to dismiss as childhood imagination than to accept as literal truth. Mike's journals documented patterns he observed in Derry's history, noting the cycles of violence that appeared with predictable regularity. He recorded disappearances and deaths that seemed unusual, maintained files on incidents that authorities explained away or ignored. The documentation served partially as evidence, but more importantly, as external memory, facts preserved on paper when human memory proved unreliable. Mike knew he had faced something terrible as a child, knew his 6 friends had been involved, but the specifics eluded him increasingly as years passed. He had their contact information, carefully maintained and updated, though he could not have explained why keeping track of people he never contacted seemed so important. The forgetting that affected all 7 was not entirely natural, but represented its influence extending even during hibernation. The entity existed partially outside normal space and time, its consciousness touching the past and future simultaneously with the present. It could manipulate memory and perception even while sleeping, encouraging the amnesia that kept its feeding ground stable and its existence unacknowledged. The forgetting served its interest by ensuring that each awakening found a population with no institutional memory of previous cycles, no prepared defences, no individuals who had faced the entity and survived to share tactical knowledge. For the 6 who had left Derry, memories faded more completely than for Mike, who remained in proximity to the town's psychic weight. Bill forgot he had ever had a brother named Georgie, though he wrote obsessively about children killed by monsters. Beverly could not recall the abuse from her father Alvin, though she married a man who recreated that abuse's essential dynamics. Ben remembered being fat and lonely, but could not summon faces or names of those who had befriended him. Richie forgot why he started performing constantly, the origin of defense mechanisms that had become personality. Eddie lost memory of ever being brave, of overcoming his mother's teachings to face real danger. Stan forgot encounters with impossibility that had taught him some things were true despite being illogical. The mechanisms through which Derry itself encouraged forgetting remained mysterious but potent. Something about the town's geography, or perhaps the psychic residue of its long presence, made remembering difficult for those who stayed and nearly impossible for those who left. Former residents who moved away found Derry receding in memory like dreams upon waking, details that should have been clear becoming fuzzy and uncertain. The town appeared in their thoughts rarely and vaguely, a place that existed in their past but that felt almost fictional, as if events there had happened to someone else and been described secondhand. The years accumulated into decades. The 7 moved through their 30s into their 40s, achieving varying degrees of success and happiness, but all carrying empty spaces they could not fill or explain. They did not contact each other, though each occasionally wondered vaguely about childhood friends whose names they could not quite recall. The blood oath they had sworn faded from conscious memory, but remained true at some deeper level, a commitment that transcended awareness and waited for circumstances that would activate promises made in earnest youth. Mike alone retained enough fragmentary memory to recognize when the pattern was beginning again. In the spring of 1984, he documented the first disappearances, missing persons reports that resembled those from previous cycles, A child vanished from a park. Another disappeared walking home from school. Each incident had plausible explanation, but the timing and circumstances raised alarms that Mike could not rationally defend, but felt in his bones. By the summer of 1984, he was certain, despite the lack of concrete evidence, it was awakening, or had awakened, resuming the cycle that Mike had spent 26 years preparing to recognise. The decision to make the phone calls represented Mike's hardest choice since deciding to remain in Derry. He knew that calling his childhood friends would expose them to danger they had escaped by leaving, would drag them back into nightmare they had forgotten completely. Yet he also knew that fighting it alone would certainly fail, that the entity's defeat, if possible at all, required all 7 working together, just as it had in 1958. Mike opened his carefully maintained contact list, the 6 names and phone numbers preserved and updated through years of discreet research and occasional indirect contact that had never revealed his real purposes. On a May evening in 1985, as spring transitioned towards summer and Derry prepared for another season of apparent normality, Mike Hanlon began making phone calls that would shatter his friends' adult lives and force them to remember everything they had spent decades forgetting. Each call would be brief, Mike explaining who he was and why he was calling with economy that came from having rehearsed the conversation mentally for years. Some would remember immediately upon hearing his voice, memory flooding back in overwhelming rush. Others would require persuasion, their minds resisting truth that contradicted their carefully constructed adult realities. All would ultimately agree to return, the blood oath binding them despite conscious memory's absence, pulling them back to Derry and to completion of battle they had begun as children. The first call reached Stan Uris at his Atlanta home on a Tuesday evening. Stan answered the phone expecting a client or perhaps his brother-in-law, certainly not the voice that identified itself as Mike Hanlon calling from Derry, Maine. The name meant nothing to Stan initially, the caller's explanation sounding like wrong number or elaborate prank. Then Mike spoke 3 words that changed everything. It's come back. Memory returned not gradually, but in sudden overwhelming flood, decades of carefully suppressed recollection crashing through Stan's consciousness, with force that made him gasp audibly. Stan saw himself as a child, standing in a circle of friends, felt blood running from a cut on his palm, heard voices speaking an oath he had forgotten completely until this moment. He remembered the well house and what had climbed toward them from below, the entity that wore a clown's face but was something infinitely older and more terrible. The memories came with sensory details that made them undeniable. The smell of the barrens in summer, the cold of the quarry water, the taste of fear so intense it seemed to coat his tongue. Stan's hand holding the phone began to shake, his breathing became irregular, and he experienced the beginning of what might have been panic attack, or heart failure, or simply the mind's rebellion against having to acknowledge truths it had worked decades to forget. Patricia found Stan in the bathroom an hour later. He had run water in the tub, filling it to the brim, and had climbed in fully clothed. The cuts on his wrists were deep and precise, made with the same razor he used for shaving each morning. The instrument of daily routine transformed into tool of escape. The water had turned pink and then red, his life draining into porcelain that had always been white, and that would be white again once the evidence was cleaned away. Stan left no note, offered no explanation that Patricia could understand, though she would wonder for the rest of her life what terror could have driven her stable, logical husband to such desperate action. The calls to the others proceeded through the evening and into the next morning, Mike trying Stan's number repeatedly without answer before continuing down his list. Each conversation followed similar pattern but produced different reactions based on personality and circumstances. Bill Denbrough received his call in England, where it was past midnight and he had been working on a manuscript deadline. Mike's voice brought confusion, followed by recognition, followed by resignation that felt almost like relief. Bill had been dreaming about Derry for weeks without understanding why, waking with his childhood stutter more pronounced than it had been in years. The call explained dreams that had seemed random, provided context for anxiety that had grown steadily without apparent cause. Bill's agreement to return came immediately, his writer's mind already constructing narrative around what Mike described. There was a story that needed finishing, a climax that had been delayed rather than resolved. Bill did not tell his wife, Audra, where he was going or why, could not have explained in ways she would understand or accept. He booked a flight to Bangor, made excuses about research requiring brief trip to America, and began packing with hands that trembled slightly from fear and also anticipation. The stutter that had plagued him all his life suddenly made sense as remnant of trauma he had suppressed, and resolving that trauma might finally free him from the impediment that had shaped his entire personality. Beverly received her call at work, the Chicago design studio, where she maintained office, despite primarily working from home to avoid Tom's jealousy about her spending time around other men. Mike's voice meant nothing initially, a stranger asking about something that she insisted had never happened. But as Mike spoke, describing the 7 of them and the summer they had spent together, Beverly felt memories stirring like sediment disturbed by current in previously still water. The recall was painful, not the sudden flood Stan had experienced, but slow surfacing of images and emotions she had buried beneath years of trying to be the person Tom demanded. She remembered another life, a version of herself that had been brave and capable, that had faced genuine monsters and survived through courage rather than submission. The woman she had become under Tom's control seemed suddenly pathetic compared to the girl who had thrown rocks at bullies and hit monsters with silver ammunition. Beverly hung up the phone, stared at her reflection in the studio's mirror, and made decision that felt both terrifying and liberating. She would return to Derry, would face it again, and in doing so might rediscover the person she had been before fear and abuse taught her to make herself small. Ben Hanscom's call reached him at a construction site, his secretary tracking him down with message that someone from his childhood was trying to contact him urgently. Ben took the call in his site office, surrounded by blueprints and architectural models, the professional success he had achieved providing stark contrast to the lonely fat kid Mike described. Yet as Mike spoke, Ben remembered that fat kid with sudden clarity, and also remembered the friends who had accepted him despite the weight, who had valued his intelligence and kindness over physical appearance. He remembered Beverly, the girl he had loved with intensity that made adult relationships seem hollow by comparison. The decision to return required only seconds. Ben had money, flexibility, and no commitments that could not be rearranged or cancelled. More significantly, he had been waiting for something his entire adult life without knowing what he waited for. The call from Mike provided answer to the decision to return required only seconds. Ben had money, flexibility, and no commitments that could not be rearranged or cancelled. More significantly, he had been waiting for something his entire adult life without knowing what he waited for. The call from Mike provided answer to questions Ben had not known how to ask, explaining the emptiness that success could never fill, and the sense that his real life had been paused decades ago, waiting for circumstances that would allow it to resume. Richie Tozier was on the air when his station manager interrupted the broadcast to say Mike Hanlon was calling from Maine with an urgent message. Richie made jokes about old girlfriends tracking him down, keeping up the performance even as he signalled his producer to take over while he stepped away. The voice on the phone meant nothing until Mike began describing a group of kids who had spent one summer together, fighting something impossible. Then Richie's carefully constructed persona cracked, the constant stream of jokes and voices falling silent for perhaps the first time since childhood. The memories hit Richie with particular cruelty because they revealed what he had lost. not just recollections, but the capacity for genuine connection he had possessed before fear taught him to hide behind performance. He remembered friends who had known him without the masks, who had accepted the scared kid beneath the bravado. The adult Richie was successful and popular and profoundly lonely, surrounded by people who laughed at his jokes but never saw the person making them. The possibility of reuniting with those who had truly known him outweighed the terror of facing it again, though the terror was considerable. Eddie Kaspbrak's conversation with Mike occurred under his wife, Myra's watchful presence, her anxiety about the phone call evident before Eddie even lifted the receiver. Mike's careful explanation of why Eddie needed to return to Derry met immediate resistance, Eddie's adult self clinging desperately to the safe, controlled life he had built. But as Mike continued, describing the group of 7 and the summer they had fought together, Eddie felt something shift inside him. He remembered being brave once, genuinely courageous rather than merely managing imaginary dangers. Myra's response to Eddie's announcement that he was travelling to Maine escalated from concern to hysteria. She cited his asthma, his sensitivity to environmental allergens, his need for routine and familiar surroundings. The litany of reasons Eddie should not travel were the same arguments his mother had used to keep him dependent and afraid. Hearing them from his wife's mouth, Eddie recognized how thoroughly he had recreated his childhood prison. The decision to go anyway, to defy Myra's increasingly shrill objections, represented the first genuinely independent choice Eddie had made in years. Mike received news of Stan's death the following morning through a call from Patricia Uris, who had found Mike's number in her husband's address book and was contacting everyone listed, trying to understand what had driven Stan to suicide. Her voice carried confusion and grief in equal measure as she described finding Stan in the bathtub, the cuts on his wrists that had allowed him to bleed out while she was in another room watching television. She asked if Mike knew what might have caused such an action in a man who had seemed stable and content, who had no history of depression or suicidal ideation. Mike provided what comfort he could, while feeling crushing guilt over the role his phone call had played in Stan's death. He had known that bringing them back to Derry carried risks, that forcing them to remember might prove psychologically devastating, but he had not anticipated losing one of them before they even arrived, before they had chance to fight together, as they had promised. Stan's death suggested the magnitude of what they faced, the power of an entity that could kill from distance through terror alone, that could turn knowledge of its existence into weapon against those who possessed that knowledge. The news about Stan reached the others as they prepared to travel or were already in transit. Bill learned during his flight's layover, a message from Mike waiting when he checked in with his answering service. Beverly heard while packing, Tom having left for work after morning argument about her inexplicable decision to fly to Maine. Ben got the news at the airport, Mike reaching him just before boarding. Richie received word after his last show before taking leave, the information delivered by Mike with quiet sorrow that penetrated even Richie's habitual defense mechanisms. Each of them processed Stan's death differently. Bill saw it as confirmation that their adult selves were vulnerable in ways their childhood selves had not been, that knowledge without innocence might prove more curse than advantage. Beverly experienced it as warning that running from it would not provide safety, that the entity's reach extended beyond Derry's boundaries to touch those who knew its true nature. Ben felt grief complicated by guilt over having lost contact with someone who had once been close friend, allowing decades to pass without communication that might have maintained bonds strong enough to sustain Stan through the horror of remembering. Richie's response combined sorrow with dark humour he could not suppress entirely, joking that at least Stan had died with cleaner hands than the rest of them would manage. The joke fell flat even to Richie himself, defensive reflex that no longer worked when confronting genuine loss. Eddie's reaction was perhaps most conflicted, experiencing both grief for Stan's death and envy for the escape it represented. Stan had found a way out of returning to Derry, avoiding the confrontation that terrified Eddie, even as it called to something deeper than fear. The thought was unworthy, and Eddie pushed it away, but it had occurred, and that occurrence revealed how fragile his courage remained. Mike's guilt over Stan's death threatened to paralyze him, questioning whether he had right to summon the others when doing so clearly carried such risks. Perhaps they would all be safer if he simply let them continue forgetting. Let it kill a new generation of children who had no one to warn them, accepted that some evils were too powerful for human resistance. But the guilt transformed into determination as Mike considered what Stan's death meant. His friend had died believing it was unbeatable, that remembering meant inevitable doom. The only way to honour Stan's sacrifice was to prove that belief wrong, to face it and win so that Stan's death served purpose, rather than merely demonstrating the entity's power. The gathering in Derry proceeded over 3 days, as the scattered losers made their way back to Maine, through various routes and with varying speed. Mike had arranged for them to meet at a Chinese restaurant in town, neutral ground, where they could reunite before deciding on next steps. The choice of location seemed arbitrary, but actually reflected Mike's careful planning. The restaurant was public enough to feel safe, but private enough to allow honest conversation. The food would provide comfort and distraction during what promised to be difficult discussions. Most importantly, the location was nowhere near the places where it had hunted them as children, offering temporary respite from memories that would soon overwhelm them. Bill arrived first, 2 days before the planned meeting, driven by urgency he could not fully explain. He checked into the Derry Townhouse Hotel, an establishment that had not existed during his childhood, but that felt wrong in ways he could not articulate. The hotel was too cheerful, too modern, too insistent on normality in a town that Bill's newly restored memories revealed as anything but normal. He walked Derry streets in the hours before the meeting, reacquainting himself with a geography that had changed in details while remaining essentially familiar. The landmarks of his childhood were gone or altered, but the bones of the place remained recognizable. Beverly arrived next, having fled Chicago with only a hastily packed bag and a note to Tom that provided no real explanation for her departure. She took a room at the same hotel as Bill. Though they did not encounter each other before the scheduled meeting, she spent the evening before the gathering walking through neighborhoods she'd once known, finding her childhood home and standing across the street, staring at the building where her father had hurt her in ways both physical and psychological. The house looked smaller than she remembered, shabby and ordinary rather than fortress of terror. Yet standing before it, Beverly felt the old fear returning, the learned helplessness that had allowed Tom to recreate her father's control. Ben, Richie, and Eddie all arrived on the day of the meeting, their flights scheduled to land within hours of each other at Bangor's small airport. They rented cars separately and drove to Derry in isolation, each processing the return in their own way. Ben found himself remembering with increasing clarity as he drove, specific moments and conversations surfacing from decades of suppression. Richie filled the drive with constant noise, radio playing, and his own voice providing commentary, anything to avoid silence that might allow fear to overwhelm him. Eddie drove with white knuckles gripping the steering wheel, fighting the urge to turn around and flee back to the safety of his carefully controlled New York existence. The restaurant where they gathered felt simultaneously strange and familiar, a place none of them had been before yet that somehow belonged to their shared history. Mike was already there when they began arriving, having claimed a large table in the back where they could talk without being overheard. The reunions proceeded with awkwardness that comes from decades of separation. Middle-aged strangers trying to recognize childhood friends in the faces before them. But beneath the awkwardness, connections reasserted themselves with surprising speed. These people knew each other in ways that transcended the years apart, shared experiences that created bonds more fundamental than ordinary friendship. Stan's absence haunted the gathering, the empty chair at their table serving as reminder of what they faced and what it had already cost. Mike explained the circumstances of Stan's death as gently as possible, describing Patricia's phone call and her complete confusion about what had driven her husband to such extreme action. The others listened in silence, each contemplating their own vulnerability and wondering whether they possessed strength Stan had lacked or merely had not yet encountered the specific terror that would break them. As the evening progressed and they began sharing their restored memories, the reality of their situation became undeniable. It had returned. Children were dying, and they were the only ones who understood what was truly happening, the only ones with any chance of stopping it. The blood oath they had sworn as children bound them still, pulling them back together despite decades and distance. Tomorrow they would begin planning how to fight an entity they had barely survived as children, attempting with adult minds what childhood belief had made possible. Tonight they simply tried to remember how to be the losers club again, to recapture the unity that had been their only real weapon against the darkness that waited beneath Derry's streets. Mike's research into methods of combating it had consumed much of his adult life, though he had not fully recognized the obsession's purpose until the entity reawakened. The library's special collections contained materials that most librarians would have catalogued and forgotten, but Mike had studied them with intensity that bordered on fanatical. Accounts from indigenous peoples who had occupied the region before European settlement described ceremonies designed to battle evil spirits that matched its characteristics with disturbing precision. These texts, preserved in anthropological surveys and missionary records, spoke of a ritual whose name various translators rendered differently, but that Mike had come to know as the Ritual of Chud. The ceremony's origins extended back beyond written record into oral traditions that indigenous peoples had maintained for generations. According to the fragmented accounts Mike pieced together, a tribal group had encountered it shortly after the entity's arrival on Earth. Long before Derry existed, or Europeans had crossed the Atlantic, these first victims had developed the ritual through necessity, discovering that physical weapons proved useless against something that could assume any form and regenerate from injuries that would kill normal creatures. The only effective combat occurred in psychological rather than physical space, battles waged through imagination and will rather than strength and steel. The Ritual of Chud involved several components whose purposes Mike understood intellectually, but whose mechanisms remained mysterious. Participants required tokens, objects connected to their personal histories, that served as anchors to reality and weapons against its reality-distorting powers. These tokens needed to be burned during the ceremony, their destruction releasing energy or meaning that could weaken its hold on the physical world. The burning was both literal and symbolic, participants sacrificing pieces of their past to create futures where the entity did not exist. Beyond the tokens, the ritual required entering an altered state of consciousness that indigenous practitioners had achieved through fasting, chanting, and consumption of sacred plants whose psychoactive properties opened perception to realms normally hidden. Mike had obtained such a plant, a root that Shakapewa tribal elders had reluctantly provided after he explained his purposes. The root was called maturin in their language, named after the cosmic turtle that figured in their creation mythology and that they claimed existed as protector against dark forces that had inhabited the region since time immemorial. Mike had tested the root himself several weeks before calling the others, needing to understand what it would show them before asking them to ingest an unknown substance. The visions that followed had been profound and terrifying in equal measure. He had seen its arrival on Earth, the asteroid-like impact and the entity's emergence into a world that had never known such hunger. He had witnessed the cosmic turtle maturin, impossibly vast and ancient, creating the universe through biological accident and then retreating into contemplative slumber. Most significantly, he had understood that it possessed vulnerabilities hidden beneath its apparent invulnerability, weaknesses related to belief and imagination that humans uniquely possessed capacity to exploit. The explanation Mike provided to the reunited losers met skepticism despite their restored memories of childhood encounters with impossibility. Adult minds resisted concepts that childhood imagination had accepted easily. A cosmic turtle that vomited out the universe, a ritual based on burning personal objects and consuming hallucinogenic plants. The whole thing sounded like New Age nonsense dressed in Native American mythology, the kind of cultural appropriation that progressive 1980s thinking recognized as problematic. Yet they had no better plan, and Mike's certainty carried weight earned through years of solitary research. The token gathering began the day after their initial reunion, each loser returning to locations from their childhood to retrieve objects that connected them to their younger selves. The task proved more difficult than anticipated, not physically, but emotionally. Confronting places where they had experienced trauma or joy decades earlier forced recognition of how much they had changed and lost. The innocent children who had first faced it were gone, replaced by adults carrying accumulated baggage that might prove advantage or handicap in the coming confrontation. Bill returned to his childhood home, which his parents had sold years ago after his father's death and his mother's move to a retirement community in Florida. The current owners, fortunately for Bill's purposes, were away on vacation. Bill broke in through a basement window, justifying the crime through necessity and planning to leave money to cover damages. In the basement where he had encountered the false Georgie, Bill found one of his brother's toys, a small metal truck that Georgie had played with constantly in the months before his death. Taking the truck felt like theft from a grave, but Bill needed something that connected him to the brother whose murder had initiated everything that followed. Beverly's token came from her former home, which still stood though under different ownership. She knocked on the door and claimed to be researching family history, asking if she might look in the basement where her family had stored items decades ago. The current residents, an elderly couple who had lived there for 10 years, allowed her access. In the basement, Beverly found a postcard she had received in childhood, a message about winter fire that she suddenly remembered with crystal clarity. Ben had sent it, an anonymous love letter whose sender she had never identified, but that had made her feel valued and beautiful in ways her father's treatment never allowed. Ben's token was architectural, a page from the yearbook showing a project he had designed during 7th grade. The drawing depicted a dam far more sophisticated than anything 11-year-olds typically conceived, demonstrating the engineering knowledge that had already characterized his thinking. He obtained the yearbook from the library's archives, where Mike had preserved copies of all Derry School records. Tearing the page from the book felt wrong, destruction of historical record that went against all library principles. But the ritual required sacrifice, and Ben's sacrifice would be acknowledgement that the lonely fat kid who drew dams had evolved into someone different, someone who needed to leave that identity behind. Richie's token was a comedy album he had loved as a child, jokes and routines he had memorized and repeated endlessly in various voices. He found his old copy in his parents' basement, where they still lived, though both were now elderly and failing. His mother asked about the album, remembering how Richie had played it until the vinyl wore down and skipped. Richie made jokes about nostalgia and collecting, concealing that he needed the album for purposes his mother could never understand or accept. The album represented his compulsive need to perform, the hiding behind humour that had defined his entire personality. Eddie's token proved easiest to obtain because he had never truly left it behind. The inhaler he carried constantly, updated to modern prescription formats but functionally identical to the one his mother had given him as child, represented both his imagined weakness and his real courage. Using it as token meant accepting that the inhaler was symbol rather than medical necessity, that most of his health concerns were psychological constructs rather than physical realities. The sacrifice required would be releasing his false identity as fragile invalid and embracing capacity for strength he had demonstrated only during moments of extreme crisis. Mike's token was his father's photograph album from the Black Spot Fire, the same album he had shown the others as children when sharing his father's stories. The photographs documented joy and community in the moments before massacre, preserving faces of people who had died screaming in flames or been carried away by an impossible bird. Using the album as token meant releasing his role as keeper of Derry's dark history, acknowledging that some memories should be allowed to burn rather than preserved indefinitely. The choice carried particular weight because Mike's identity had become so thoroughly enmeshed with his historian role. The gathering for the ritual occurred in an abandoned warehouse Mike had identified as suitable for their purposes. The location needed to be isolated enough to prevent interruption, but within Derry's boundaries where its influence was strongest. The warehouse met these requirements while providing enclosed space large enough to accommodate them and contain the fire they would need for burning tokens. Mike had prepared the space in advance, creating a circle of stones in the centre of the floor and gathering wood for fire that would serve as both practical necessity and symbolic purification. They arranged themselves around the circle as evening transitioned to night, each holding their token and contemplating what its destruction would mean. Mike distributed portions of the maturing root, explaining that the visions it produced would be necessary for entering the psychological space where the ritual operated. The root's taste was bitter beyond anything they had experienced, requiring determination to swallow without vomiting. They consumed it together, unity in action, if not comfort, and waited for the hallucinogenic effects to begin. The visions came gradually rather than suddenly, reality first blurring at edges before fundamentally transforming. They saw its true form, not the clown or spider or individual manifestations, but the deadlights themselves, orange writhing energy that existed partially outside normal dimensions. They understood for the first time how old the entity truly was, how many worlds it had visited and consumed before finding Earth. They glimpsed Maturin in the void, the cosmic turtle whose creation of the universe had been accident rather than intention, and whose current state might be death or merely the deepest possible sleep. Most importantly, the visions revealed what their childhood victory had actually accomplished. They had injured it in 1958, driven it into hibernation earlier than the entity had intended, forced healing that remained incomplete even after 27 years. The silver bullet Beverly fired had not been physically special, but had carried their collective belief, and that belief had manifested as genuine weapon. This understanding provided hope that adult belief, if they could marshal it with sufficient intensity, might prove even more effective than childhood faith had been. But the visions also revealed terrible truths about their current vulnerability. Adults possessed skepticism that undermined belief, rational minds that resisted accepting impossibilities even while experiencing them directly. The power that made them more effective than previous generations at understanding it also made them less effective at fighting it. They would need to access childhood capacity for absolute belief while retaining adult capability for strategic thinking, a balance that might prove impossible to achieve. The ritual could weaken it and allow them to enter its lair. The rest would depend on courage and unity that had sustained them as children, but that decades of separation had potentially eroded beyond recovery. The descent into Derry's sewers began just after dawn, timing chosen to maximize daylight hours above, even though illumination would be artificial once they entered the underground passages. The entrance point was the well house on Neibolt Street, the same location where they had confronted it as children. The building had deteriorated further during the intervening decades, rot and weather, transforming it into structure that seemed held together more by inertia than engineering. The smell emanating from within was familiar, that same mixture of decay and sweetness that had characterized the place in 1958, suggesting that whatever dwelled below had not changed its essential nature despite the years. They entered equipped with flashlights, rope, and weapons whose effectiveness remained questionable, but whose presence provided psychological comfort. Bill carried a length of pipe he had found in the warehouse, solid metal that could be swung with force if close combat became necessary. Beverly had fashioned a new slingshot from materials purchased at a hardware store, though she lacked silver ammunition and instead carried ball bearings that seemed inadequate compared to the blessed metal of their youth. The others carried similar improvised weapons, objects that could cause physical harm to physical beings, but that might prove useless against an entity that existed partially outside normal reality. The well shaft descended further than physics should have allowed, dropping through bedrock into spaces that could not exist according to normal geology. They climbed down using the rope they had brought, their progress slow and careful, the darkness below absolute despite their flashlights' beams. The walls of the shaft glistened with moisture, and the orange phosphorescence they remembered from childhood, the glow pulsing with rhythm that suggested breathing or heartbeat. The air grew warmer as they descended, humid and thick with odours that bypassed rational disgust to trigger visceral revulsion. At the shaft's bottom, they found themselves in passages that belonged to no human construction. The tunnels were too large, their dimensions wrong, the angles at which walls met floors defying Euclidean geometry. They moved through this impossible architecture, following intuition more than logic, their footsteps echoing strangely, as if the space they traversed was both smaller and vastly larger than their senses reported. The walls occasionally seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in ways that might have been illusion, created by flickering light, or might have represented genuine life in stone and earth that should have been inert. It appeared to them first as isolated manifestations, individual terrors designed to separate and destroy them one by one. For Bill, Georgie emerged from shadows with that same yellow raincoat and missing arm, speaking in his brother's voice about games they had played and promises Bill had broken. For Beverly, her father Alvin materialized, blocking the passage ahead, his belt in hand, an expression promising violence she had escaped through flight, but could never truly outdistance. Ben saw the leper from his childhood nightmares, disease-given ambulatory form, and reaching toward him with fingers that dripped corruption. But the losers had learned from childhood experience and had planned specifically to resist this divide-and-conquer strategy. They maintained physical contact despite the terror surrounding them, hands gripping arms and shoulders, creating human chain that refused to break, even as it attacked them through manifestations of personal fear. When Richie saw the werewolf that had haunted him, Beverly was there reminding him it was illusion. When Eddie encountered the diseased figure from Neibolt Street, Bill provided courage that Eddie's mother had tried to prevent him from developing. The unity they maintained frustrated its strategy, forcing the entity to confront them collectively rather than picking them off individually. The lair itself appeared as vast chamber, whose dimensions shifted depending on viewing angle and mental state. At times it seemed merely large cave, at others it appeared to extend infinitely in all directions, space folding back on itself in ways that made distance meaningless. In the chamber's centre, suspended somehow in mid-air or perhaps existing in slightly offset dimension, was its true physical form, as much as such concept applied to something that was primarily psychic energy given temporary materiality. The spider shape they perceived represented closest approximation human minds could construct of its actual nature. The body was massive, each leg thick as tree trunk, and covered in coarse hair that shifted colours as it moved. The abdomen pulsed with the orange glow of the deadlights, that energy they had glimpsed in visions and that represented its truest essence. The head featured multiple eyes, arranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly, and a mouth that opened to reveal not throat but infinite darkness populated by stars that were not stars, but something older and colder than any light that had ever warmed Earth. The entity spoke to them not with words, but directly into their minds, its communication bypassing language to deliver meaning as pure concept. It expressed amusement at their return, recognition that they had grown from annoying children into adults who mistakenly believed maturity provided advantages. It reminded them of Stan, whose death demonstrated the futility of resistance, whose suicide proved that merely knowing it existed could be fatal. It promised them similar endings, deaths that would be both painful and meaningless, consumed and forgotten as countless others had been consumed and forgotten across its billions of years of existence. Bill initiated the ritual of Chud through act of will rather than specific procedure, falling into the trance state the Maturin route had prepared him to access. His consciousness detached from his body and reached toward the entity across void that was both physical distance and psychic separation. The engagement that followed occurred on multiple levels simultaneously, physical bodies standing frozen, while minds battled in spaces where thought and reality merged indistinguishably. In the psychic realm, Bill encountered it without the protective filters that physical perception provided. He saw the deadlights in their full terrible glory, orange lights that writhed with hunger older than human civilization, than humanity itself, than any life that had ever evolved on Earth. The lights wanted to consume him utterly, to absorb his consciousness into their eternal feast, to make his terror and his being part of their endless appetite. Bill resisted by asserting his own reality against its consuming nature, speaking words that anchored him to human experience and human meaning against the entity's inhuman eternity. The others supported Bill through the connection they maintained physically, their presence providing strength that allowed him to resist complete absorption. Beverly remembered their childhood victory, the silver bullet that had worked because they believed it would work. She began telling this story aloud, speaking to the others but also to herself, reinforcing memory that suggested the entity could be defeated. Ben added his own memories, describing how they had injured it in 1958, driven it to retreat despite its vast power and ancient nature. It attacked them more directly then, abandoning psychological warfare for physical assault. The spider form descended from its suspension, legs moving with terrible speed and accuracy as it tried to crush or impale them. They scattered, their unity broken by necessity of dodging attacks that would kill them instantly if they connected. Eddie, attempting to protect Beverly from a descending leg, was caught by the creature's strike. The impact crushed his chest, ribs snapping audibly, and Eddie fell knowing immediately that his injuries were fatal even before pain reached his consciousness. Eddie's death transformed something in the remaining losers. The abstract threat they had been fighting became tangibly personal in ways even Stan's suicide had not fully impressed upon them. This was happening now, their friend dying in front of them, not from remembered terror, but from immediate violence. The rage and grief that followed Eddie's death cut through the fear that had been hampering them, accessing emotions that it could not easily manipulate because they were directed at the entity itself rather than arising from personal vulnerabilities. Beverly began shouting at it, her words not spell or ritual language, but raw fury and contempt. She called it pathetic, a creature billions of years old that could only feel powerful by terrorizing children. She mocked its need for fear, suggesting genuine strength would not require such dependence on victims' emotions. The others joined her, each contributing their own insults and diminishments, telling it that it was weak, small, nothing more than a bully who could only survive by making others afraid. The effect was remarkable and somewhat unexpected. It began to physically shrink, the massive spider form reducing in size as if their words had material impact rather than merely symbolic meaning. The entity's power derived from being perceived as overwhelming and invincible, from victims believing it was unstoppable. By insisting vocally and with genuine conviction that it was weak and small, the losers were reshaping the reality in which the battle occurred. In the psychic realm where imagination and belief had concrete effects, their assertion that it was diminished was actually making it diminish. They advanced as a group, still shouting their contempt and diminishment, surrounding the shrinking form that thrashed and screamed with sounds that combined animal distress and something utterly inhuman. It tried to flee, to retreat deeper into the passages, but they pursued relentlessly. Ben brought his metal pipe down on one of the spider's legs, the impact causing damage that seemed impossible given the entity's nature. But that worked because he believed it would work. Beverly launched ball bearings from her slingshot, the unblessed metal striking its abdomen and drawing fluid that glowed orange before fading to black. Bill, still partially in the psychic realm from his engagement in the ritual of Chud, reached toward its essential self rather than its physical manifestation. He grasped something that was not quite heart and not quite consciousness, but served similar function in the entity's existence. The texture was revolting, simultaneously burning cold and numbingly hot, slick and rough, solid and liquid. Bill held on despite the sensations and squeezed, applying pressure that should have been impossible for human hands to generate, but that he could manage because he utterly believed he could. The entity's death was not clean or quick. It took minutes that felt like hours, the massive form collapsing in on itself, the deadlights flickering and dimming, terrible screams echoing through passages that began themselves to collapse. The orange phosphorescence that had provided ambient light faded toward darkness, and cracks appeared in walls and ceiling as if its death was causing structural failure in the entire underground complex. Richie grabbed Eddie's body, refusing to leave their friend, even though Eddie was clearly past help, and the remaining losers ran toward the exit as the lair disintegrated around them. The climb back up the well shaft proceeded with adrenaline-fueled speed that made the descent's caution seem almost leisurely. They could hear massive spaces collapsing below them, feel tremors in the walls as its lair ceased to exist without the entity's power sustaining impossible architecture. They emerged into the well house covered in filth and blood, Eddie's body carried between Richie and Ben, gasping in the outside air as if they had been drowning and had finally surfaced. Behind them, Derry itself was beginning to fail. The town's unnatural prosperity and cohesion had been maintained by its influence. The entity, ensuring its feeding ground, remained stable and productive. With it destroyed, that influence vanished, and the consequences manifested immediately. Buildings began collapsing throughout the downtown area. The standpipe that had been Derry landmark burst, flooding streets. Sinkholes opened where it's underground. Passages collapsed, swallowing cars and small structures. The destruction was not magical, but entirely physical. Decades of deferred maintenance and accumulated structural problems manifesting simultaneously once the force maintaining false stability was removed. The losers retreated from Derry as the town tore itself apart, carrying Eddie's body and their own injuries toward the hotel where they had been staying. Behind them, emergency sirens sounded as firefighters and police attempted to respond to simultaneous disasters occurring throughout the municipality. The destruction would be attributed to various natural causes, a convenient earthquake explanation serving to rationalize what had actually been supernatural influence withdrawn. Derry would recover eventually, would rebuild and continue, but it would be genuinely normal, for the first time in its history, freed from the presence that had shaped its character for centuries. Eddie Kasprak's funeral occurred in New York 3 days after they emerged from its lair. His body returned to the city, where he had built his adult life, and to the wife who would never understand what had actually killed him. The official explanations cited a construction accident in Maine, paperwork Mike arranged through connections he had cultivated specifically for managing situations where supernatural truth required mundane cover. Myra accepted this story with the same unquestioning belief she had applied to Eddie's supposed medical fragility, creating narrative that allowed her to process grief without confronting realities she could not accommodate. The surviving losers attended the funeral together, a united presence that confused mourners who had no knowledge of Eddie's childhood friendships. Myra regarded them with suspicion bordering on hostility, sensing something about these strangers that threatened her understanding of her husband. She asked pointed questions about how they knew Eddie and why he had never mentioned them during their marriage. The losers provided vague answers about childhood connections and recent reconnection, technically true statements that concealed more than they revealed. They stood together through the service, supporting each other through grief that was both fresh and complicated by knowledge that Eddie's death had served purpose beyond mere tragedy. The aftermath brought administrative details that seemed almost absurdly mundane given what they had experienced. Police questioned them about Eddie's death, asking why the group had been in a condemned building and what had caused its collapse. Mike's prepared explanations satisfied official curiosity without revealing actual truth. Insurance adjusters investigated the hotel where they had stayed, processing claims for belongings lost during Derry's partial destruction. Local authorities attempted to account for all visitors who had been present during the disaster, ensuring no one else had been killed or injured in the various collapses and floods. Through all of this bureaucratic process, the losers maintained contact and cohesion, meeting for meals and spending evenings together, processing what they had accomplished and what it had cost. They spoke about Eddie with mixture of grief and celebration, remembering both the frightened child he had been and the courageous adult who had died protecting Beverly. They acknowledged that without his sacrifice, without the rage and grief his death had triggered, they might not have found the strength to defeat it. The knowledge that Eddie's death had mattered, that it had contributed to victory rather than merely representing loss, provided cold comfort, but comfort nonetheless. Yet even as they grieved and processed and attempted to make sense of their experience, something was already beginning to happen to their memories. The forgetting started subtly, details fading first while major events remained clear. They would be discussing specific moments from the confrontation and find that certain aspects had become fuzzy, that their recollections no longer matched perfectly, that elements they had been certain about hours earlier now seemed questionable. The phenomenon disturbed them, suggesting that Derry itself, or perhaps some residual effect of its death, was working to erase their victory from memory. Bill was first to voice concern about the forgetting, recognizing the pattern from their childhood when details of their 1958 victory had faded with unnatural speed. He proposed that they document everything while memories remained relatively intact, creating written record that could be preserved even if their organic recollection failed. The suggestion met agreement, and they spent an evening writing individual accounts of what had occurred, describing their experiences in detail that might preserve truth against the erosion they could feel beginning. Mike took custody of these accounts, promising to store them in the library's archives, where they might be discovered by future researchers or by themselves if they eventually forgot completely and needed reminding. The written words felt inadequate, capturing events without communicating the emotional and psychological dimensions that had made the experience transformative. But inadequate documentation was better than none, and the act of writing itself served therapeutic purpose, allowing them to process trauma through narrative construction that was both true and necessarily incomplete. The farewells, when they finally separated, proceeded with less ceremony than might have been expected. They had accomplished what they returned to do, had fulfilled the blood oath sworn as children, and had paid price in full through Eddie's death and Stan's suicide. What remained to say that their actions had not already expressed? They promised to stay in contact, to maintain the friendships that had been restored after decades of separation, to honour the bonds that had allowed them to achieve together what none could have accomplished alone. Yet even as they made these promises, they sensed their likely failure. The same forces that had caused forgetting after their childhood victory were operating again, more powerfully, if anything, given the magnitude of what they had done. Leaving Derry seemed to accelerate the process, distance from the town making memories fade with increasing speed. By the time Bill reached England, details of the confrontation had become dreamlike, events he remembered experiencing, but that seemed increasingly implausible when examined through rational lens. Beverly's return to Chicago involved rediscovering the specifics of her life with Tom, details she had somehow forgotten during her time in Derry, but that reasserted themselves as if they had never been absent. The question of whether it was truly dead or merely defeated haunted those moments when memory remained strong enough to contemplate such matters. They had destroyed the physical form, had watched the entity die screaming as its lair collapsed. But it had existed for billions of years, had survived encounters with countless civilizations across multiple worlds, possessed consciousness that transcended normal limitations of life and death. The deadlights had flickered and gone dark, suggesting genuine termination. Yet absolute certainty remained impossible, and the possibility that they had merely wounded it again, driving it into hibernation so deep it might as well be death, could not be entirely dismissed. Bill's attempts to write about the experience failed repeatedly, his novelist's craft proving inadequate to capturing truth that defied conventional narrative logic. He produced several thousand words of manuscript describing events in Derry, then read what he'd written and recognized it as both factually accurate and emotionally false, hitting the notes without playing the music. He eventually abandoned the attempt, storing the fragmentary manuscript in files he would later rediscover without recognizing their origin or significance. The failure to capture the experience in fiction felt appropriate somehow, acknowledgement that some truths resisted artistic representation, no matter how skilled the artist. Beverly fled from Tom within weeks of returning to Chicago, finally finding courage to escape that had eluded her for years. The confrontation with it had reminded her that she possessed strength beyond what daily life required her to access, that the cowering woman Tom had created was performance rather than essential self. She left with nothing but the clothes she wore and money she had hidden in an account Tom did not know existed. The freedom was terrifying and exhilarating, life without the security of familiar abuse proving more challenging than she had anticipated, but infinitely preferable to continuing the pattern. Ben's architectural practice continued successfully, his designs growing more ambitious as confidence increased in ways he could not quite explain. He travelled frequently for projects that took him across the country and internationally, always busy and productive, but never quite fulfilled. The sense of having accomplished something significant lingered despite his inability to remember what exactly he had done. Occasionally, he would wake from dreams about a red-haired woman who loved him, or whom he loved. Details unclear, but emotional content powerful enough to affect his mood for days afterward. Ritchie's career trajectory changed subtly after Derry, his radio show developing depth that had been absent previously. He continued performing voices and jokes, the compulsive need for noise never fully leaving him. But moments of genuine emotion began appearing in his broadcasts, brief intervals when the mask dropped, an actual person showed through. Listeners responded positively to these moments, and Ritchie found himself accidentally creating radio that worked on multiple levels rather than merely as distraction. The change was small but significant, suggesting growth toward authenticity that had previously seemed impossible. Mike remained in Derry, resuming his librarian duties and continuing his historical research, though with different focus now. The town's recovery from the 1985 disaster proceeded with surprising speed, reconstruction and rebuilding happening faster than economic conditions suggested possible. New families moved in to replace those who left after the destruction, and Derry's population stabilised at levels that were modest but sustainable. Mike documented these changes, noting how the town seemed genuinely different in ways both obvious and subtle, freed from influence that had shaped it for longer than anyone living could remember. The scars each loser carried were both physical and psychological. Bill's stutter, which had diminished to near non-existence during the confrontation with it, returned to its previous levels within months. Beverly bore no physical marks from the battle, but carried psychological weight that manifested in nightmares and anxiety that therapy could address but never fully eliminate. Ben's body had weathered the physical demands well, his adult strength and fitness proving adequate to the challenge, but he experienced chronic pain in his back and legs that doctors attributed to various prosaic causes without identifying actual origin. Richie developed hearing problems that might have been related to the sounds in its lair or might have simply been age-related decline arriving prematurely. Eddie's absence was felt by them all in ways they could not quite articulate. As memories faded but grief somehow persisted, mourning for someone they could no longer clearly remember. Stan's suicide remained incomprehensible, a friend's death that they knew had been connected to Derry somehow, but whose specific circumstances became increasingly vague. The cycles that had characterized Derry's history for centuries were broken. The pattern of violence, every 27 years, ending with its destruction. The town would experience ordinary crimes and tragedies going forward, the random misfortunes that afflict all communities rather than orchestrated horrors serving inhuman appetite. Children would grow up in Derry without facing threats beyond those common to childhood everywhere, free from the specific terror that had claimed so many young lives across generations. This freedom, purchased through Eddie's death and Stan's suicide and the courage of the surviving losers, represented their true victory, even as they forgot its details. Yet the forgetting itself represented a loss that complicated the victory's meaning. They had accomplished something genuinely heroic, had faced ultimate evil and destroyed it through courage and unity and sacrifice. To forget such achievement seemed almost criminal, a waste of experience that should have been treasured and shared. But perhaps the forgetting was mercy as much as curse, protecting them from memories that might prove too heavy to carry through normal life. The specifics faded, but something essential remained, changes in character and capacity that persisted even as their source became mysterious. The question of whether they would eventually forget completely, returning to the total amnesia that had characterized the decades between 1958 and 1985, remained unanswered. Mike's written records provided external memory, but accessing those records required knowing they existed and having reason to seek them. The losers' promises to stay in contact faced inevitable erosion from simple distance and life's accumulating demands. Phone calls that were frequent immediately after Derry became monthly, then occasional, then rare. Letters were exchanged for a while, but gradually tapered off as the impulse to write about experiences they could no longer clearly remember diminished. Within 5 years, the connections that had seemed unbreakable had largely dissolved. They remembered each other, in vague terms, old friends from childhood who had briefly reconnected for reasons that now seemed unclear. The specific details of why they had returned to Derry and what they had done there faded into general sense of having gone back to their hometown and dealt with some kind of emergency. Eddie's death remained fact in their memories, but its circumstances became uncertain. A friend who had died in an accident that none of them could quite recall clearly. the cosmic implications of their victory. The understanding they had briefly possessed about the nature of reality and the existence of forces beyond human comprehension faded most completely. The turtle Maturin became at most a vague dream image, the concept of the deadlights, indistinguishable from childhood nightmare, the true age and nature of what they had thought impossible to credit with adult rationality. They returned fully to consensus reality, the normal world of mundane causation and material explanation, carrying only faint unease that something important had been forgotten. Yet in moments of unusual clarity or stress, fragments would surface. Bill would be working on a novel and suddenly envision a scene involving children fighting a monster in sewers, details so vivid he would assume they came from research or personal experience, though he could not identify which. Beverly would look at a photograph of herself as a teenager and remember feeling powerful and capable in ways her current self had never achieved, though the specific source of that power eluded her. Ben would design a building and incorporate security features whose necessity he could not justify rationally, but that felt essential nonetheless. These fragments suggested that complete forgetting might be impossible, that experiences of sufficient intensity and importance left traces no amount of psychic erosion could fully eliminate. The truth of what they had accomplished existed in those traces, preserved imperfectly but genuinely, waiting for circumstances that might restore complete recollection or might allow the fragments to remain forever partial, truth glimpsed through fog rather than seen clearly. Whether full memory would ever return, whether they needed it to return, whether the partial recollection was actually preferable to remembering completely, remained questions without definitive answers. The story that began with an ancient evil falling from the sky onto primordial earth ended with ordinary people returning to ordinary lives, forever changed by experiences they could not quite remember. It was dead or dormant beyond any possibility of awakening, its cycles broken and its power over Derry eliminated. The town continued, its people lived and died, children grew up and moved away or stayed to raise their own children. The darkness that had characterized the place for so long lifted, replaced by the normal mixture of light and shadow that defines human community everywhere. And in the macroverse, in the void beyond all physical worlds, Maturin the turtle slept, or perhaps had died, his work complete or abandoned, his intervention in the affairs of the universe he had accidentally created, finished, or merely paused. The deadlights were extinguished, their orange writhing energy dissipated into nothingness, or perhaps merely withdrawn to depths where even cosmic turtles could not observe them. The battle between creation and consumption, between life and hunger, between hope and fear, continued in other places and other forms. But in Derry, Maine, for the first time in centuries, children could walk safely through all seasons. Their only monsters residing in imagination, where monsters belonged, unable to manifest in flesh and darkness, to claim them as prey for ancient appetites finally, and perhaps permanently, satisfied. As our journey through Derry's dark history comes to its close, we're left with a story that spans cosmic eternities and childhood summers, ancient evils and ordinary courage, forgetting and remembering, death and survival. The timeline we've traced together reaches from the void before creation, through centuries of cycles to final confrontation that broke patterns older than human civilization. Yet for all its supernatural elements and cosmic scope, the story ultimately concerns something very human: how we face fear, how we support each other through darkness, and what we're willing to sacrifice for those we love. The Losers Club's victory matters not because they defeated an ancient evil, though they did, but because they demonstrated that solidarity and courage can overcome forces that seem overwhelming. 7 outsiders, each carrying traumas and weaknesses that should have made them vulnerable, found strength in unity that transcended their individual limitations. They were the fat kid, the stutterer, the abused girl, the hypochondriac, the class clown, the Jewish boy, and the black child in a racist town. By every conventional measure, they should have been powerless, yet their differences, the very qualities that marginalized them, became sources of resilience when combined with genuine friendship and shared purpose. The forgetting that claimed their memories after both victories represents perhaps the story's cruelest irony. They saved Derry, saved future generations of children from predation by an entity that had hunted for millennia. Yet they could not preserve the memory of their heroism. The sacrifices of Stan and Eddie, the courage of all seven, the specific details of their battles, all faded into vague impressions and uncertain dreams. They returned to ordinary lives carrying only fragments, half-remembered truths that seemed more like imagination than history. Yet perhaps this forgetting contains its own kind of mercy. To remember clearly and completely might have made normal life impossible, trapping them forever in the past rather than allowing them to move forward. The human mind has natural mechanisms for protecting itself from overwhelming experience, and the supernatural amnesia that affected the losers might have been serving similar protective function they kept. What they needed, changes in character and capability that persisted even as their source became mysterious, while releasing details that might have paralyzed them with trauma or alienated them from the ordinary world where they needed to function. The question of its ultimate fate remains deliberately ambiguous. They destroyed its physical form, extinguished the deadlights, watched the entity die in ways that seemed definitive. Yet it had existed for billions of years, had survived countless encounters across multiple worlds, possessed nature that transcended normal categories of life and death. Absolute certainty about permanent destruction remained impossible. Perhaps it truly died for the first time in its inconceivably long existence. Perhaps it merely retreated into hibernation, so deep and prolonged that it amounts to practical death, even if not technically permanent. Perhaps somewhere in the macroverse, the deadlights still exist, dormant but not extinguished, waiting for circumstances that might allow return. The cosmic mythology surrounding it, the turtle Maturin and the creator Gan, and the Dark Tower, holding together multiple realities, suggests that the battle in Derry was one engagement in a much larger conflict between fundamental forces. Creation opposes consumption, life resists hunger, hope contests with fear across infinite dimensions and timeless eternities. The losers participated in this cosmic struggle without fully understanding its scope, serving as agents of forces they could barely comprehend. Their victory, if it was victory, represented one moment in a struggle that extends beyond human categories of beginning and end. Derry itself emerged from the story, transformed but not destroyed. The town continued, rebuilt after the 1985 disaster, attracted new residents and retained old ones. But something essential had changed. The unnatural prosperity that it had maintained vanished, replaced by normal economic struggles. The cycles of violence that had characterized Derry's history ended, leaving only ordinary crime and tragedy rather than orchestrated horror. The psychic weight that had pressed on the town for centuries lifted, though few residents could have articulated what felt different about their community after 1985. Mike Hanlon's decision to remain in Derry carried particular poignancy. He alone retained enough memory to understand what had occurred and what had been lost. His role as keeper of history and guardian against its return continued even after the entity's apparent destruction, his vigilance never fully relaxing despite decades passing without sign of resurrection. The loneliness of this position, maintaining watch over a danger that might no longer exist, remembering what others had forgotten, knowing he could not share his knowledge without seeming mad, defined Mike's adult life in ways both tragic and noble. The other losers scattered to their separate lives, their connections maintained briefly. then fading as the forgetting progressed. They achieved varying degrees of success and happiness, built careers and relationships, aged into middle age, and eventually into elderly years if they lived that long. The specific friend group from childhood became vague memory, faces and names growing uncertain, the intensity of their bond reducing to general sense of having been close to some kids once during an important summer. They were, in most respects, ordinary people living ordinary lives, distinguished only by achievements in their respective fields and by shadows they sometimes glimpsed at the edges of awareness. Yet the experience, even forgotten, left lasting impressions. Bill's novels continue to explore themes of childhood trauma and supernatural threat, drawing from a well he could not consciously access, but that clearly influenced his imagination. Beverly's fashion designs incorporated elements of armor and protection, clothing that looked elegant but that carried subtle suggestion of defensive purpose. Ben's architecture emphasized safety and security in ways that went beyond normal building code requirements. Ritchie's comedy developed unexpected depth, humor that could touch emotional truth rather than merely entertaining. Mike's historical research maintained unusual focus on cycles and patterns, searching for repetitions that might indicate forces beyond human control. The children of Derry who grew up after 1985 would never know how much they owed to 7 people whose names meant nothing to them. Those kids walked to school safely, played in parks without supervision, explored the town's hidden places without encountering horrors that previous generations had faced. The absence of fear became so normal that no one remarked on it, the way people rarely comment on air being breathable or gravity functioning properly. Derry's transformation from hunting ground to ordinary town represented the loser's true legacy, change that persisted even as specific memory of its architects faded. The philosophical implications of the story resist simple interpretation. It represented evil in perhaps its purest form, hunger without conscience, predation without purpose beyond satisfaction of appetite. Yet even this manifestation of absolute evil proved vulnerable to human qualities it despised: love, friendship, courage, and the capacity to imagine alternatives to its dominance. The message, if there is one, suggests that evil's power ultimately depends on victims accepting their powerlessness, that resistance itself disrupts the relationship between predator and prey in ways that can transform outcomes even when the predator possesses overwhelming advantages. The role of belief in enabling the loser's victory raises questions about the nature of reality and consciousness. The silver bullet worked because they believed it would work. Their diminishment of it through insults and mockery literally made the entity smaller and weaker. These facts suggest that in confrontations with forces that exist partially outside normal reality, imagination and conviction have material effects rather than merely psychological ones. The universe, or at least the intersection between human consciousness and supernatural phenomena, operates according to rules more fluid than scientific materialism acknowledges. The sacrifices required for victory, Stan's suicide, and Eddie's death remind us that confronting ultimate evil carries costs that survival does not negate. They won, it was destroyed or permanently driven away. Derry was freed from centuries of predation. Yet 2 of the 7 died in the process, and the 5 who survived lost their memories of what they had accomplished. Victory came with price that might reasonably be judged too high, particularly for Stan, who chose death rather than facing remembered horror, and for Eddie, who died protecting friends, who would eventually forget his sacrifice. Yet perhaps measuring such costs against such stakes makes little sense. What price would be too high to pay for ending cycles of child murder that had continued for centuries? How many lives would need to be saved for 2 deaths to be justified? These questions lead into moral calculus that human intuition struggles to process, weighing individual lives against collective safety across generations. The losers made their choices without performing such calculations, acting from loyalty and courage rather than utilitarian reasoning about greatest good for greatest number. The story we've traced together tonight, from cosmic origins through centuries of horror to final confrontation and ambiguous aftermath, serves as a reminder that beneath consensus reality's comfortable surface, stranger forces operate according to rules we barely understand. The monsters are real, or at least real enough to matter. Courage and friendship provide genuine protection, not merely emotional comfort, but actual power against darkness. Memory is fragile and can be manipulated by forces that benefit from forgetting. And perhaps most importantly, the ordinary people we overlook, the marginalized and different and wounded, sometimes possess exactly the qualities needed to confront evils that conventional heroes would never recognize. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, carrying with you images of cosmic turtles and ancient clowns, underground battles and childhood summers, 7 friends who saved a town, then forgot they did it, remember that their story, however fantastical in detail, speaks to truths about courage and sacrifice and the power of standing together against darkness. The specific monsters you face may differ from those that haunted Derry. The friends who stand beside you may come from different circumstances than the Losers Club. But the essential pattern remains, that we face fear better together than apart, that the qualities others mock as weaknesses sometimes prove to be strengths, and that even victories we forget still matter. The night surrounds you now as you settle into rest. The darkness holds no cosmic predators, no orange lights writhing with hunger billions of years old. You are safe in your ordinary room, in your ordinary world where the monsters exist only in stories. Yet somewhere in the back of your mind, the tale of Derry persists. A reminder that courage is possible, that evil can be defeated, that friendship matters more than we often acknowledge in the daylight rush of daily life. Sleep well and dream of summer afternoons in places that feel like home, of friends who understand you completely, of battles won against impossible odds. Dream of paper boats sailing through storm drains without encountering teeth. Dream of laughter in the barrens and dams built across streams. Dream of ordinary heroism, the kind that history never records but that shapes the world in ways both profound and forgotten. The story of Derry, of 7 children who became heroes twice, concludes here. But the night continues, gentle and safe, carrying you toward rest and restoration. The darkness holds only peace now. The morning will bring its ordinary challenges, and the monsters, if they exist at all, have been banished to the spaces between dimensions where they can no longer reach us. Good night, and may your sleep be deep and dreamless, or if not dreamless, then filled with visions of victories you cannot quite remember, but that matter nonetheless, in ways that transcend memory and touch something more fundamental than conscious thought can grasp. Rest now. The vigil is over. The battle is won. The terror has ended. Sweet dreams. Sweet